Dentsu International, one of the leading global media conglomerates in India that specializes in media, digital, and creative offerings, and the Exchange for Media Group, India's one stop destination for the entire marketing, media, and advertising industry, have once again come together to launch the fifth edition of the Dentsu Ages Network Exchange for Media Digital Advertising Report 2021. Now, before we move ahead, let me take this opportunity to thank, of course, our partners. No event, even a virtual one, is possible without the support of its partner, our presenting partner, Verizon Media, programmatic made simpler, co-powered by partners ABP Live के साथ जानते रहो, ABP Live के साथ जानते रहो, Microsoft Advertising, Intelligent Connections, and Woot. Our co-gold partner, Trell, India's leading lifestyle vlogging and social commerce platform that allows users to connect, create, and consume content in 8 Indian languages. Now, before we move forward, can we please showcase the audio visuals of our partners, please?
Verizon Media's audience is bigger than 97 New York cities, bigger than every sports event last year combined, bigger than the population of North America, connecting 200 billion cross-screen data signals daily to bring you a DSP with direct relationships at its core that delivers 71% higher average conversion rates than third-party segments, and identity that goes way beyond the cookie. Let's put our data to work for you. Harness the power of insights to reach the people you want, wherever they go. Digital out of home, connected TV, audio, native. Through unique omni-channel opportunities you can't find anywhere else. Put your brand at the center of it all with the click of a button. Our centralized planning and management tools help you captivate audiences anywhere.
अब है तेरी बारी स्वाइप फॉर जानकारी कैसे नेता देश चलाते जानते रहो कैसे सेलेब फाल बनाते जानते रहो लेटेस्ट टेक के कहां से लाते जानते रहो लोग आजकल किधर को जाते जानते रहो कहीं भी कभी भी जानते रहो किधर भी कैसे भी जानते रहो सही वाली जानकारी जानते रहो तेरी भाषा में हो skip the FOMO let's roll and know जानते रहो सारा जानते रहो ABP लाइव के साथ जानते रहो
ABP लाइव ऐप डाउनलोड करो और
जानते रहो
We asked a number of respondents what was important in terms of how they work with brands. Trust was number one.
I've started every presentation and every talk with this is why and how we stand for trust.
It's the most critical thing in terms of being able to establish trust and to merit it, to be worth trusting, right?
Trust is a number one factor in choosing a brand for consumers.
Marketers come to the New York Times because they want to borrow our credibility and trust.
There is 3 types of consumers, I believe. Those that will never share their data, those that will share and believe that they have nothing to fear, and those in the middle that need to have a clear value exchange in order for them to get their data.
I think the new currency of a true relationship between a brand and its customer is going to be whether they're giving you their data or not.
Big data, how do we take advantage of the information that is coming in from different devices and new technologies to understand how do we reach our audiences?
Trust is built in droplets and sort of lost in buckets.
We think about as Microsoft as a corporation. How do we engage with our customers across all of our different business units to make sure that we have the right level of transparency, control of data, so that as a company that the consumers can trust us.
And of course, you got to do this with trust. It starts within our mission and our business model.
Learn more at microsoftadvertising.ai.
Elevator straight to the penthouse. It only goes one way.
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोलाक।
Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. We're going up. We feel the rush. Oh yeah, come on now. Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. Here we go now, straight to the top.
Thank you once again to all our partners. The theme for this year's report is driving business outcomes in a digital first world. The fifth round of the Dentsu e4m digital report as a part of the event to release the Dentsu e4m digital advertising report 2021, the keynotes, the panel discussion, the case studies, all of them will cover digital trends that are shaping the change in every business, need to refocus digital efforts towards changing customer expectations, also embedding technology in every touch point with a customer's journey, use of new data and artificial intelligence to improve business operations, modernizing technology capabilities, and future proofing organizations for a new post COVID world. All of it will be spoken today at the event. I hope all of you are ready for it. If you have any questions to ask to our panel members or speakers, don't forget to put it in the chat box or the comment box on whichever platform that you're watching us on. Now, without further ado, may I please invite Mr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media Group and Business World, to please deliver the welcome address. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Batra.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this special afternoon. This is the first big digital event of 2021 that Exchange for Media is doing. Today we are going to see how the digital domain has done versus other domains. It won't be surprising that digital has grown by leaps and bounds. Over the last 11 months of the pandemic, what has happened is all of us have become screenagers. We may not be teenagers, but we spend more time on screens. So really, we've watched movies at home. We spend time on the screen. Our children have done education from home. They spend time on screens. We've worked from our home. So our homes have been turned into offices, cinema halls, educational institutes. And this has happened because of the screens that we use to interface with the outside world. Today's Dentsu Ages digital, advertising report that we'll bring out, the Dentsu Ages digital advertising report that we will bring out along with Exchange for Media, will tell you which segments are growing, how is influencer marketing doing, how are D2C, direct to digital and direct to consumer brands being built. Clearly, our digital spends are growing, and as more and more people spend more and more time on digital, also the lines between what is content and what is commerce are blurring.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for setting the context for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, I would once again like to inform all of you that you can join our online conversation using our hashtag Dentsu E4M report. moving forward, I would like to tell you that here is the moment where we are going to unveil the cover of Dentsu E4m Digital Advertising Report 2021. So I'd like all of you to gear up and get ready to see the cover. Can we have the audio visual, please? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's the cover of the report. The entire report is now available on Exchange for Media website. You can go ahead and download and view it over there. Now, to give the report summary, may I please invite on screen Mr. Anand Bhadkamkar, CEO Dentsu International India, to share with us the summary of the report. A very warm welcome to you.
Hi, good afternoon, and a pleasure to be here. And welcome to this 5th edition of Dentsu Exchange for Media Digital Advertising Report. I'll just bring my screen on. Just give me a sec. I hope it doesn't. Perfect. So as I said, this is the 5th edition of Dentsu Exchange for Media Digital Advertising Report. And what we intend to do today is I'll just walk you through, in general, just a brief overview. And then Abhik, my colleague, he'll join us in presenting the entire summary of this report, walk us through that. After that, we have an excellent array of speakers and panelists which are lined up for sharing the thoughts on the current digital innovations that are happening and how the market is evolving. So a long sort of entertaining time as well after that. Back to the report. As I said, this is the 5th edition. When we started this journey along with Exchange for Media around 5 years back, the idea at that point of time for the report was in the market, there was sort of lack of information or availability of robust data around digital advertising. While digital has always been the fastest growing segment in the advertising industry. And as you would see in the report, when you go through that, even during the pandemic period, digital has continued to be the fastest growing and will continue to do so. And so there was this opportunity and there was a need or sort of a burning need at that point of time that we need to get a credible and accurate reporting out in the market. That's what we did in our partnership with Exchange for Media. And this is the 5th year. And it's really pleasing that this Dentsu digital report has become like an sort of most credible and accurate source of reporting within the media industry. And it gets quoted at multiple industry forums as well. So that's one pleasing thing. Back at Dentsu, we have been partnering with our clients over the period for getting business outcomes or providing solutions to their business problems. And there's a strong team of more than 3,000 advertising professionals in Dentsu India, of which almost 2,000 are digital professionals, where we work with the clients in providing them help on their digital transformation journeys and as we move along. So that's where Dentsu is at present while working with the clients. And as we move along, we'll just keep on driving the thing. As Anurag also mentioned, 2020 has been in a way actually unique and one of the most challenging years. Means most of us, or I would say all of us, have never seen such a event. The pandemic, it impacted us all throughout. Means it was be it professional, be it at your business, be it at economy, globally, at markets. And the larger thing of that was it impacted us socially as well. It was a socio-economic sort of a challenge or catastrophe. And what that did was that impacted us the way we transact, the way we work, the way we interact with each other as well. And that has had a deepening impact on the consumer behavior. So 2020 saw a large shift. As you would go through the report as well, you'll get some more insights as you start going through that. There have been quite insightful messaging within that. The consumer behavior also changed, and I think that's changed for generations to come. And what that did was actually, even Anurag alluded to that, the digital transformation sort of accelerated. It was at personal levels. We started consuming more entertainment, education, the kids' educations that came home, the schools are shut down. So it went online, entertainment just increased. And a larger impact, which was for businesses, was the transition to e-commerce or using the digital platforms for transacting or interacting. And that has made a big difference in the way we are operating as businesses, as brands, as consumers. The physical connect moved away because of pandemic. The social distancing became the norm, and in that, digital is the one which has become one of the, I would say, gainers, or where the transition has happened. And that's why more and more focus of people, businesses, and the entire community is moving towards how do we interact, how do we create more experiences for our teams, and we move forward. Come 2021, there are positive offshoots. Means in the digital transformation journey which started last year, the brands have started coming a long way when we have started moving in that direction. But 2021, there are a lot of positive when I speak specifically of India, where globally the pandemic still goes on. In Americas or in Europe, it's still going ahead. Fortunately for India, our COVID cases have come down drastically. Our peak hopefully has been completed in September. So there's a positivity around that. Vaccines have been started now. So 2021 looks promising. 2021 obviously is testimony to the resilience of we as a country, as a community, for getting across this pandemic. And economy-wise, India seems to be on a good trajectory. IMF is calling out that we might be growing at 11.5%. Even the budget which the finance minister presented, there are a lot of positives coming out of that. So 2021 definitely is looking at a much positive space as far as India is concerned. And you'll see in the digital report as well that overall as advertising, the numbers are expected to grow. We expect the advertising spends to grow by around 10.8%, 11% in 2021. While in 2020, we had a huge hit as an industry, almost 18% spends dropped. So getting back to that 2019 level for us, it's going to be around a year more. But 2021 definitely has many positives to come out of 2020. And I think that's where we are moving towards as a country, as advertising industry, as marketeers and as brands to be more socially relevant for our consumers, or to be more socially relevant and purpose-driven when we engage with the consumers. And that digital transformation journey is going to be something which is going to be critical or the driving force as we get on to our subsequent journeys on this 2021 and beyond. So before I ask Abhi to take us more in detail on numbers, actually, how the numbers are looking like, how 2020 was, or 2021 is looking like as we move forward. But what definitely remains at core as we are seeing the transition happening, or brands getting more digital, starting to interact onto the digital platforms with each other. 3 V's which we had called out earlier, they still remain to be the key drivers. That is voice, video, and vernacular. We are seen on digital platforms where the video content is being consumed. The regional is getting more and more prominence as well. Earlier, we had TikTok or other social media platforms. They have become quite important. What pandemic has done is actually, and the digital transformation which got transformed, or sort of which got much more push in India, was expansion of the digital adoption, or faster adoption of digital in our tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And that has largely contributed to this growth as well in 2020 and 2021. What that has helped do is digital has become the second largest medium in the country. TV remains the largest. Digital has overtaken print, which we had anticipated might be 2 years or 3 years down the line, but that has fast tracked. And digital is growing much faster than the rest of the mediums. Last year, all other mediums in 2020 had a degrowth, whereas digital grew by almost 17%, 15% over the previous period. So I think digital has kept that edge over the others, and it's part of the life cycle as we are moving forward. As I said earlier, the shift in consumer behavior, which has happened during 2020, and it has become a bit of a permanent shift as well. There are some interesting insights you'll go through when you get access to the report and you go through that. Some of that Abhik will walk us through. But similarly, what's coming in is actually what digital transformation has done is the adoption of e-commerce, or getting onto the commerce platforms. And especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities, what has helped is actually the online retail, or even within metros, the Kirana stores, they have gone onto digital big time. Your WhatsApps or social media for using of commerce. I think that's something which got increased. The focus now is more on how do you create those customer experiences, how do you engage much better with the consumer, and you start trading and detailing more from there. Similarly, 2020 saw adoption of digital by seniors, that is the elderly population. It was much different change in the current year. People shifted from cash payments to online payments or e-wallets. Your payment wallets, they got a huge boost. That entire transaction shifted. And what that has done over the period is mobile has become sort of a part of its quasi-digital. And mobile has almost taken over almost 75% of the digital spends, as you see happening for advertising purposes. So that's one huge shift which happened. Anurag also did mention that mobile has become part of our life, or the screens, multi-screen, and that's what is happening, and that's what will keep on happening as we move forward as well. But that's where we are at present. I'll ask Abhik to walk us through on the summary of the report. But while doing that, I just want to thank the Exchange for Media team, all our partners as well, for supporting us and for working with us and getting this report out, as well as the entire team at Dentsu who has worked on getting this report out. The details which you'll see, it's a very detailed report, and it sort of talks through how the trends are coming up in digital as we move forward. So I hope you'll enjoy that report, and equally thanks to our speakers and panelists who are coming subsequently, because that's what is going to make this afternoon and evening entertaining. And hope you do enjoy going through the report. And if there's any feedback or any suggestions, we always feel welcome to share with us. I'll hand over to Abhik to walk us through some of the highlights of the report. Abhik?
May I request Mr. Abhik Biswas, Associate Vice President, Consumer Insights, What Consult, to give us a detailed summary of the report, please. Welcome, Biswas.
Hey, hi. Hey, thank you, Anand, for introducing the report. And good afternoon, everyone. Well, there are many things that can very well describe the year 2020. Oxford Languages, in their annual Word of the Year, called 2020 unprecedented. And I believe it is fair to say that it very aptly describes this roller coaster sort of a year. Predictions were made, predictions failed, plans were made, plans changed. In this year that advertising was expected to reach unseen heights, it stuck with unseen adversity. Many traditional advertising avenues were hit with economic downturns during this pandemic, and yet some benefited from it. For example, QR codes make a huge comeback in 2020. Unprecedented, right? And as the days of the pandemic continued to rise, the Indian advertising industry witnessed a degrowth of 17.5% compared to the previous year. It currently stands at 56,490 crore. But with the turn of this new decade, and the fortunes of the world of advertising are also expected to change, we as an industry will make a comeback, and the expected growth rate of that is going to be 10.8%. And by the end of this year, 2021, we are expected to reach a market size of 62,577 crores. Furthermore, the industry is expected to grow at a compound rate of 11.59% to reach 70,343 crores by 2022. With all eyes and hopes glued on us, who will be the catalyst of this comeback? Let's dive further into this. Currently, FMCG has the highest contribution to the Indian advertising market at 21%, closely followed by e-commerce at 17% and consumer durables at 10%. With the common man staying indoors for the better part of the year, we saw majority of the brands shift their focus from offline to online. E-commerce thrived this year, increasing its share from 10% in 2019 to 17% in 2020. FMCG's share nosedived from 30% last year to 21% in 2020. Looking at the pie of the advertising revenue, last year, the biggest contribution came from television screen. Thanks to its unparalleled reach, it contributed 41% to the advertising market. It is followed by digital at 28% and print coming in close at 25%. To think of it now, who would have put their money on digital over traditional media a decade ago? But from 2019 to 2020, digital increased its contribution share from 20% to 28% in just 1 year, while print saw a decline from 29% to 25%. Digital grew from strength to strength in this year, with its market size increasing from 13,683 crores in 2019 to 15,782 crores in 2020, a growth of 15.3% in a pandemic year. This makes it the only media platform to have seen such a positive growth, that too in double digits in a year. Now, looking at the future, digital is expected to grow at 20% to reach a market size of 18,938 crores by the end of 2021. And it will grow at a compound rate of 22.47% to reach a market size of 23,673 crores by the end of 2022. The most valued player of this growth of digital media was undoubtedly e-commerce, with its highest share contribution of 24%. Second in line is consumer durables with 17% contribution and FMCG at 14% contribution. Since 2019, e-commerce has increased its spend share on digital from 19% to 24% in 2020. Digital is going to see an unprecedented growth rate of 22.47% till 2022, and social media will be playing a huge part in this. Last year, it contributed 29% of its spend share on digital. But undoubtedly, and as Anand also mentioned, the year 2020 belongs to online video. From 22% contribution share to the digital, it increased to 28% in just 1 year. Paid search wasn't too far behind at 24%. The growth of digital in India year on year is a testament of how and at what rapid velocity is the consumer adapting and evolving this medium. And the biggest contributor of this medium, that what we have seen from our research, is not, the main contribution is not coming from the locales of Bandra, but the streets of Banarasi. People belonging to tier 2 and tier 3 cities have gone digital in 2020, and how? Cashless payments, increased e-commerce purchase. And this adoption is not only being seen from the young Indian minds, but elder consumers are too showcasing a shift in purchase behavior, a trend never seen before. And this surge is not only limited to purchase, but also entertainment. The shift from India to Bharat accelerated in 2020 with the growth of regional and local language content. This was facilitated with an increased appetite of digital video consumption in these cities. And what it brought about, a much needed inclusivity in digital India. These footsteps were heard long back. The pandemic, just fast-tracked the arrival of this inclusivity in digital and digitization of the country. E-commerce, OTT, Atmanirbhar Bharat, with its increased impetus on locally developed edtech, agri-tech, health tech, fintech applications. These will be the three pillars of the growth of digital in the country. To think of it, if 2020 belonged to wearing a mask, 2021 is going to belong to making a mark. This is the DNA of marketing 2021. And all I can say is, Jug Jug Jio.
Thank you so much, Abhik. Thank you so much, Abhik and Anand, for that wonderful detailed report synopsis. And also for all those asking where you can find the report, it's pretty simple. You go to the Exchange for Media website. You will see a tab there for the report. You need to add in your details in there for you to get the download of the report. So add your details and the report will be downloaded for you. So it's pretty simple. Just go to the Exchange for Media website to find the Dentsu Asia's Advertising Report 2021. So moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, here is the time where we're going to start our first keynote session for the day. I'm going to invite Jean Lin, Global CEO Creative at Dentsu International. Jean Lin established digital agency WW Wins Consulting in 1999. Asia's Media acquired WW Wins Consulting in 2004, which became Isobar's first Greater China offices. Promoted to Isobar Global CEO and then Isobar Global Chairman in March 2020, Jean is based in Shanghai, managing over 6,500 talented digital pioneers across 85 plus locations in more than 45 markets globally. So ladies and gentlemen, while I invite her here, I want to ask all of you to tell me if you have found the report online. I'm going to wait for Jean to join us shortly. Till then, can I find out from all of you if you found the tab for the report? If there's any difficulty in finding it, please do tell us in the comments or chat box, and so that we can help you find it. It's on Exchange for Media official website. There's a tab to download the Dentsu e4m Advertising Report 2021. Once you click on the tab, all you'll have to do is it gives a drop down to add in your details. Once you add your details, and then the report will be downloaded in your system. So here I would like to thank once again our partners. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking for the support of our partners, our presenting partners, Verizon Media, programmatic made simpler, co-powered by partners ABP Live के साथ जानते रहो, Microsoft Advertising, Intelligent Connections, and Woot. Our co-gold partner Trell, India's leading lifestyle vlogging and social commerce platform that allows users to connect, create, and consume content in 8 Indian languages. Now, before we move forward, can we please showcase the audio visuals of our partners, please?
Verizon Media's audience is bigger than 97 New York cities. Bigger than every sports event last year combined. Bigger than the population of North America. Connecting 200 billion cross-screen data signals daily. To bring you a DSP with direct relationships at its core that delivers 71% higher average conversion rates than third-party segments. And identity that goes way beyond the cookie. Let's put our data to work for you. Harness the power of insights to reach the people you want, wherever they go. Digital out of home, connected TV, audio, native. Through unique omni-channel opportunities you can't find anywhere else. Put your brand at the center of it all with the click of a button. Our centralized planning and management tools help you captivate audiences where.
है तेरी बारी स्वाइप फॉर जानकारी कैसे नेता देश चलाते जानते रहो कैसे सेलेब्स बनाते जानते रहो लेटेस्ट टेक के कहां से लाते जानते रहो लोग आजकल किधर को जाते जानते रहो कहीं भी जानते रहो किधर भी कैसे भी जानते रहो सही वाली जानकारी जानते रहो तेरी भाषा में हो skip the FOMO let's roll and know जानते रहो जरा जानते रहो भी लाइफ के साथ जानते रहो
एबीपी लाइव ऐप डाउनलोड करो और
जानते रहो
We asked a number of respondents what was important in terms of how they work with brands. Trust was number one.
I've started every presentation and every talk with this is why and how we stand for trust.
It's the most critical thing in terms of being able to establish trust and to merit it, to be worth trusting, right?
Trust is a number one factor in choosing a brand for consumers.
Marketers come to the New York Times because they want to borrow our credibility and trust.
There is three types of consumers, I believe. Those that will never share their data, those that will share and believe that they have nothing to fear, and those in the middle that need to have a clear value exchange in order for them to get their data.
I think the new currency of a true relationship between a brand and its customer is going to be whether they're giving you their data or not.
Big data, how do we take advantage of the information that is coming in from different devices and new technologies to understand how do we reach our audiences?
Trust is built in droplets and sort of lost in buckets.
We think about as Microsoft as a corporation. How do we engage with our customers across all of our different business units to make sure that we have the right level of transparency, control of data, so that as a company that the consumers can trust us.
And of course, you got to do this with trust. It starts within our mission and our business model.
Learn more at microsoftadvertising.ai.
Straight to the penthouse. It only goes one way.
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोलाक.
Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. We're going up, we feel the rush.
Oh yeah come on now
Take it to the top. Yeah, take it to the top. Take it straight to the top. Yeah, take us to the top. Here we go now. Straight to the top.
So once again, welcome everybody to the event. I would once again like to answer those questions that have been coming in for the report. So maybe because you are accessing the website through the mobile, you're not finding the tab. If you do it through your system on the laptop or computer, on the website, on the right-hand corner, there is a tab called Report 2021. All you need to do is click on that tab and there will be a pop-up of asking for your details. Punch in your details and you'll be able to download the report easily. There shouldn't be any problems. Please do try that and let us know if there is any problem further and if we can assist you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, as I have been mentioning that we have our first keynote session for the day by Jean Lin, Global CEO Creative at Dentsu International. Jean Lin established digital agency WW Wins Consulting in 1999. Asia's Media acquired WW Wins Consulting in 2004, which became Isobar's first Greater China offices. Promoted to Isobar Global CEO and then Isobar Global Chairman in March 2020, Jean is based in Shanghai, managing over 6,500 talented digital pioneers across 85 plus locations in more than 45 markets globally. In January 2016, Jean was appointed a member of Global Executive Team at Dentsu Ages Network, Isobar's parent company, and in March 2019, Jean was elected to non-executive chairperson of China. Jean was elevated to Global Chief Executive Officer, Dentsu Ages Network Creative, leading the group's creative, content, and experience agencies, including Dentsu, McGarry Bowen, and Isobar. Jean was named one of 30 global women to watch by Advertising Age in 2009, ranked amongst Asia Pacific's top female talent in 2010, and selected as one of region's top 5 CEOs by Campaign Asia Pacific in 2013. Jean was inducted into the Hall of Fame of Campaign's Digital A-List in 2015, together with Jack Ma of Alibaba, Pony Ma of Tencent, and Robin Lee of Baidu. Join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming Jean Lin. She will be talking on and, not or, recipe for success in the new normal. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me share my screen. Sorry, can you see my screen? Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, just give me a minute. There's always, this is the wonder part of technology. It's always something that's happening in the process that actually give us a little bit of a break. But let me try and see how we can do this. The wonder of this is that every time when you test it, it always works when you're testing it. But when it goes live, there is a technology glitch. So give me a minute. Let me just see how I can do this. Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Okay. I think I need to call for some help. But while I call for some help, let me just start talking a little bit, if you may, if you allow me. So,
So Jean, while your presentation comes up, can we see you?
Yes, of course. Sorry. I just need to get rid of the people that are panicking around me right now.
Not a problem. Lovely. Great to
Hi.
see you. Thank you for joining us. I know your session was a little later, but we've moved it a little earlier. So thank you for joining in early. Everybody, all our viewers are waiting to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So there's a team right now. Let me assure you, there's a team right now trying to put the presentation up. Hopefully we can do it soon. But I think I just want to start by saying that today, the presentation that we are really wanting to talk about is about and, not or. So I'm not sure if you can see
Jean,
the screen
we can see
right
the
now.
presentation now. Yes, absolutely.
That's wonderful. But can you see me as well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So this is something that I feel very, very passionate about, and it is really something I think is critical for us moving into this brave new normal. It is the notion that we all have to think about and, not or. If you look at 2020, this is really probably one of the most challenging year for any one of us. You see the story of polarization. You see a story of radical collaboration as well. I mean, when there's so different opinions, you see people coming together and create new things. A lot of us are in lockdown, but at the same time, you see this opening up to new opportunities everywhere. The new inventions actually happening in 2020 was tremendous. So I think as our physical world become anxious and constrained, we see virtual experience was charged with emotions and going more and more human. And I think that's the power of and. The power of and is something that we actually are doing in creative business a lot, right? When you actually get rid of the sort of polarization and division and bring the old and new together, bring AI and artisans together, bring craft and code together, bring humanity and technology together, bring the virtual world, the real emotion and physical place together, wonderful thing and innovation happens. And it's not because of COVID. Actually, before COVID, we did a lot of this already. There are many, many examples that can remind us of that. So if you allow me, let me show you the first video, actually tell you some of the things that happens actually starting by the power of and. Sorry, is there sound that people can?
No, Sheen, the audio is not audible here right now. Can we request the team to screen share again and just?
Yeah, let me share again. Let me share again. Hold on. It's shared by another computer.
Yeah,
so
no,
yeah.
I think you need to allow the audio settings while screen sharing.
Yeah, hold on a second.
No problem. So while we have the video coming up, I want to request all our viewers, if you have any questions for Jean, then don't forget to use the Q&A box or the chat box on whichever platform you're watching us. I don't think we're going to get such a chance again. So go forward and send in those questions. And to the team screen sharing, request you to allow the audio while screen sharing.
Come on, let's do it.
Tokyo. So we're going to be using something called Jetlag Social Club.
Well, I know that the bandwidth probably didn't give a good call on the total video. Hopefully we'll put it somewhere for you to have a look at it with your bandwidth. But I think that the point that we're trying to make here, actually the power of N has created wonderfully interesting thing, great solutions for our existing economy even before COVID. But we also see that post-COVID, during COVID, there are many, many interesting happening. Like the farmer actually in China, go into a frantic live streaming exercise that everybody from flowers to watermelon to anything that you can think about. You see farmers and their families going to live streaming business in selling things direct to everyone in the country and across the country. And of course, if you look at our own India situation, the haggle boat with Flipkart is also something that we can bargain the price on the spot. And these are wonderful things that happened pre-COVID. During COVID, our agency 360i in the US also did this interesting project called ChefBot. You know, everybody's cooking at home, and what you're worrying about really is the food wastage that's actually on the top of the list of many people's mind. So ChefBot is a Twitter-enabled AI solution. Actually, what they can do is they can take a picture of anything in your fridge already, recognizing the object, and push to you a recipe that will help you utilize everything that you have at your hand for something good home cooking, but also reduce food wastage. So these are all the things that have been happening around us that's actually using the power of N and accelerated by pandemic. So I think the key thing that we need to remember, and I think it's coming, the future is here right now, it go into a virtual experience economy. This is the economy that we have created and are creating together as we speak. A virtual experience economy actually is a combination of the power of N and also how a virtual experience is real in your real life. Examples that happens around the world, including today in our event, I think in the past 12 months, all the live events has become virtual. So you see everywhere that there are examples of people craving for better than real experience. So better than real experience include live concerts, include gaming. the picture that I just saw just now is some guy called Trevor Scott, and that's the avatar that he has having a live concert. The one that you're seeing here right now is Ellie's live streaming concert, right? The thing that she need to cancel her worldwide tour. So in October, she holds this mixed reality virtual event, live streaming on a Saturday, and charge $30 per ticket for people to participate with her concert. These experience has reset people's experience, expectation to the experience, and that's a resetting the benchmark of what the future experience people are looking for when they're either in a virtual or live environment. So better than live and better than real has becoming a phenomenon in the virtual experience economy. I go on to the next one. You see in Japan and in China in particular, there is a trend that called a virtual idol. I think it started from Japan, but now it's very prevailing in China. So there are virtual idols created for brand as brand ambassadors. The clients are talking about this because virtual idols obviously is someone that will never grow old. And because they don't have a real life, you don't have to worry about if there's any scandals happening to them. They can represent the spirit of your brand much better than sometimes a celebrity. So virtual idol is a phenomenon as embraced more and more by marketers. And it's accelerated by pandemic because of course, during pandemic, it's very difficult to have a real celebrity endorsing your brand when sometimes video production is not allowed. So this is an interesting phenomenon. And you see more and more this combination of real and virtual life. So for those of you who are on the teams of Microsoft course, you'll be familiar with this one. If you see the this is event, and if you look at the audience and the seating, this is obviously a new function from Microsoft Teams. That when you're meeting together, instead of seeing photos, you can see people in seatings. And just like Discord founder and CEO Jason Citron said, that it's clear that as people spend more and more time online, they want online spaces where they can find real humanity and belonging. This is a huge opportunity for marketers because this is where you can create that intersection and create a mixed reality world that make everything different, unique. And that's an experience that make people remember. In the actual practical way, many marketers and brands are doing a lot during pandemic. For example, Cisco did something really simple. It is creating this Cisco Experience Hub as staff engagement need to shift to a more online community. They've archived more than 1,500 event videos and enabled 4,000 online attendees per event. This creates a sense of community in a way actually is easy to do, but very, very important for us to engage virtual experience versus the practical functionalities that we have to achieve. The other example that we have is just taking back to the virtual mascot, virtual idol, and live streaming. In China, there's a trend of live streaming. You have so many social celebrities trying to help social commerce booming in live streaming to sell clients' product. But during pandemic time, actually, there's an issue. So everybody's on your pajama. You're not necessarily always camera ready when you have to do a live streaming event. So there is a trend of using virtual idol to replace the real celebrity. What we did is we built a complete CGI movie studio. It's a complete platform for immersive virtual streaming. So Kyra is obviously a person and character that we create that has the personality that can speak for some value. But there are various variations that can be linked with the real celebrity. So in the virtual streaming, a virtual character will always be camera ready, and it can be placed in any studio environment when you're actually at your home. So this is happening, and this is a combination of experience technology versus design. And what you'll see is that the CGI element in this, and of course, because of the streaming limitation of 5G, bandwidth become also a very important element to see how we can enable all those creativities to happen more with motions actually linked with the actual motions of the celebrity. So the next page, I want to show you some of the statistics. So if you look at the virtual commerce, you see that actually 100 billion US dollars spent by gamers on virtual goods in a year. Just in China, just by Generation Z, 4.8 billion euros is spent on consuming on virtual idols. So they pay and give money to virtual idols, encouraging them for the interaction. People in China follow one or more virtual idols nowadays, and the number is 390 million people. This has become a trend that's part of life. And the pandemic will pass, we'll come to the other end of the pandemic, but the consumer behavior will not change. It has moved into a virtual experience economy. So you may have seen and heard of this game called Tennis Clash. One of the combination of virtual commerce is actually the gaming element versus the actual sales of product. So Gucci partnered with Tennis Clash to create this game called Gucci Open. What you can do is, of course, in the game, you can buy a Gucci product. But when you go to the real e-commerce store or the retail store in places that are still open, you can also buy the outfit that only appear on the Gucci Open in the past. And you can actually buy that for you to use and wear in your real life. This clash of real life and a virtual experience create a powerful virtual economy. So what it means for brands, there are obviously three things I think is extremely important. One is experience technology right now is a critical new creative toolkit everybody need to try and embrace. The second thing is we need to prepare for next generation of personalization. So the mass personalization and programmatic and the simpler way of distribution actually need more personalization, more creative nuances because consumers' expectation has arisen. The third thing is everyone needs to think of ways to embrace better than live events. So the event itself need to have component to enhance the creativity because the sensory experience that any consumer is wishing to embrace, now the standard is really, really high. I think the virtual experience economy is a phenomenon that will go on for a long time as we move into a more mixed reality world. Also, one other element that's really interesting is what we call the contactless. So you go to the next page, you see human contactless is probably the most rated feature for any marketing activities right now that usually need to have human contact. Key examples here and some statistic that you can see, the adoption of new behavior happens during the pandemic. Of course, the drive-through for QSR, the store pickup, all these things happens in everybody's life. We want to prevent personal service. We want actually demand impersonal services. So this happened a lot and put a lot of pressure on actually even when in the market when they're open. For example, amusement park. One example that we had in Denmark is Tivoli Garden. So Tivoli Garden is a very popular and oldest amusement park, a tourist attraction in Denmark. So COVID-19 posed a very big challenge. So through digital transformation program, what they've done is actually designing an app, but linking the app with Bluetooth beacons and AI to ensure that when people are in their park, they enable social distancing, enable the social distancing queuing, and also when you enjoy things, making sure that in restaurant, etc., the booking and the right booking will ensure that you will be able to keep yourself safe. A lot of these activities are happening with the need for impersonal service. The other element that we can see is what we call remote consulting. So in the past, when we talk about AR, VR, we feel that it's a nice to have. But shoppers' behavior has changed throughout the year. So shopper now will have shopped using AR by end of 2020 is 100 million. And this is a huge jump versus before. 4 out of 10 users are more likely to use facial recognition in 2020. This happens in a lot of the stores that actually can use facial recognition to pay. The mobile payment directly use your face to do that because people want to avoid touching other people. And also a lot of CMO change their behavior as well. A lot of CMO are adopting VR. 27% said that they have adopted VR, AR, VR themselves. So one remote consulting element happening during the pandemic is when you're doing your own training and exercise. Normally you'll have a coach with you to help you to keep yourself safe and clear. But right now, because you don't have that, there are new platforms coming out. This one is called Axer. This platform uses AI to track and correct your posture and your stance when you're exercising. And it's becoming popular because remote consulting is a key trend and demand from consumer today. Or else you can see there in e-commerce, there are many, many applications that has happened. L'Oreal obviously using their new acquisitions to have augmented reality to help you to try on new things. And this is something that's been prevailing across different applications, including Pinterest and other platforms. You see that brands embracing that, like Shiseido, embracing the virtual try-on for any product that they use. They help to customize it while you're remote. So this remote consulting trend is linked with commerce more and more. And it's an important element, not just to support you during pandemic, but it's a resetting of standard in the virtual economy. The Burberry using that, of course, in selling their product. So we see more and more of these implications. I think the most recent one is somewhat coming from Intel. So Intel with in-store shopping really taking a hit during pandemic. How do you use an interactive showroom to bring the best of the in-store experience to digital? The combination of Intel and Dell help you to create an interactive showroom to create the potential in showcasing what the showroom will look like. I don't know what's the problem here, but yeah, maybe you can see it now, that the showroom is actually helping you to demonstrate the product, but at the same time, one click away to sell. Those are the convenience, but also the content and experience that the consumer is experiencing and expecting to see. Car sales also change. Car sales has changed over the year, but I think it's really accelerated by pandemic right now, with personal shopping experience and combined with interactive showroom becomes such an important element for people to show you the car while you're not in the showroom, but you can actually communicate with the person to help you in showcasing where the car, the interior, exterior, and what it was like. It's a safe way of shopping, but it helps to really create both awareness, interaction, and also conversion to the last stop of the sales. So what does this mean for brands? We talked about the first three elements. I think the second part of this contactless, the remoting, and the interaction, there's three key elements I think brand and marketer need to think about. One is how to create services at scale, because the personal service is required, but personal service needs to be delivered at scale right now, especially because of the connection people require during pandemic. The second thing is the store now is a new studio. So the Cadillac case study is that the showroom is no longer useful for people. Now it's turning into a new studio for the salesperson to interact with you online. Well, they show you around in the interior and the functionality of the car. The most important element I think here is that all experience right now can be a shopping experience because we don't go shopping anymore. We're always shopping. This is a huge element and a challenge to marketer because you can no longer thinking shopping and transaction conversion as only a last step. Actually, all content need to be shoppable. All experience need to be treated as a shopping experience to help consumers in interacting and acquiring your product. So we have this notion that come out that we call total commerce, because it's really important to think of commerce as a holistic experience that bring together the media experience, the shopping experience, and the way that you're actually helping you in doing the research while you're making your decision. So I want to, hopefully this video will work. I'll show you my last video. So I think the world that we're moving into is a world that really requires thinking. It is a world that actually creates for and, not or. Actually, you need to push yourself not to make an either or decision, but always think how you can connect the creativity into a world that you can connect belief and behavior, connect innovation optimization, connect inspiration transaction. Make sure that what you say and what you do are consistent. Make sure that we're not just about me, an individual, but empower the power of we. The world where brand and commerce really come together to create a holistic experience. And that's a virtual experience economy that we're moving into, and the most critical element in embracing digital as a key pivotal element for our business. So this is my last slide, and I really thank you for having me here, and all the good luck to everyone in the journey to be a creative force to embrace the never before post-COVID. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jean. That was quite an interesting session, and we are left with many compelling takeaways from this one. And I'm sure now on everybody's going to think about and not or. Thank you so much, Jean, for your insights and for spending this time with us.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is going to talk about how media planning can become screen agnostic. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Mona Jain, Chief Revenue Officer, ABP Network. A veteran media professional, Ms. Jain is responsible for the organization's revenue efforts across ABP Network channels, live events, and digital platforms. She has proven track record of nearly 30 years in media marketing and promotions. She has worked in leadership roles at Zeal, Vivaki Exchange, Shield Communications, and Mudra Communications in the past, where she had been responsible for setting up media for various brands. She started her career with Hindustan Thompson Associates and holds a vast experience in the field of communications and marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to please join me in welcoming Ms. Mona Jain. A very warm welcome to you.
Kathy, I'm on.
Yes, Ms. Jain, I can see you.
Hi. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for that wonderful kind of introduction, Kathy. I still kind of feel, as if I had joined, Hindustan Thompson as a management trainee, 30 years ago. So I feel as young and as new as that. Thank you once again. I'll just share my presentation on the screen before I kind of begin.
Yes.
So, almost a decade ago, maybe 20 years ago or ago, when I used to, or when we used to present media strategy to our advertisers or the brand managers, at the other end, there used to be this consistent slide. I still remember very, very distinctively that content is the king, and the audience and the consumer, will go where they find good content, good quality content. It will be essentially that point in time television, which is probably would select between GC, Star, Sony, Z, or probably get onto a sports channel or a music channel. So today, when I'm presenting, content still is the king, and probably it is much more relevant and more so as consumers are, spoiled for more choices, and like there's so much more available, across various formats. But the only difference now there is that they can probably hop, skip, and jump from one screen to another. They don't have to be only onto the television, screen. They can actually kind of go to any other screen and watch content of their choice at their time, at their convenience. So, we have come a very, very long way, and I'm sure media planning techniques and, qualitative assessments would also have changed accordingly and transited, in a similar way. So hence, my topic, which is for today, is essentially to media planning, because to become more screen agnostic and critical to balance between qualitative and the quantitative references of evaluation. So that's really the topic of my case.
Absolutely. Mona, I'm told by my tech team that you may have to share your screen again because your slides won't move in this format. So can we do that?
They will not move in this format. Okay, fine. Yep.
Until then, I'd like to urge all our viewers, if you want to ask.
Is it fine now?
Mona? Yes, perfect.
Is it fine now? Actually, we have full. Khyati?
Yes, Mona.
Is it fine now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So sorry, I hope you can hear me clearly. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
So the second slide essentially is saying, I mean, just kind of demonstrate the fact, that if you look at the growth of ad spend, CAGR in last 4 or 5 years, the maximum growth we see is, onto the screen formats, screen-based formats, which is digital, OTT, television, cinema. And that's exactly where the advertiser is spending the money. Okay. Okay. Consumers, kind of have consuming video are more in control. We are all kind of aware of that. Today there are 4 key trends which kind of really distinctly have emerged. So today the consumer is self-packaging content for TV and online and consuming it anywhere, anytime, at his own convenience. So one could say they're snacking packaging content, TV online, and consuming in bits and pieces sometimes. So today the consumer is more in control, how much of content, where they want to consume the content, which appeals to them, is completely in their hands. They have the option to see, for example, news, which I represent either in detail or as edited version, maybe like a headline or analytical version, and they identify the platform where they could consume that particular format also as they desire. The second trend is they are time shifting. So recording, we all know that. I think all of us, most of us are doing that. We're recording content, borrowing content, downloading it, and watching it at time that's convenient to them, and probably not to the media planners. Okay, so here it says there's so no longer really time bound of telecast of the program or the event, which we used to be earlier. We had to kind of make time to watch, the content, which you wanted to watch or program you wanted to watch on television. No longer that. So that is again more in their control. The third trend really being is the place shifting. They're watching TV programs, on their tablets or on their iPhones. So consumer can even watch television content on any other device, not restricted to just the originating device or the platform. So that is another option, the trend that they have. And again, control, with them in terms of the screen they want to watch the content on. The fourth trend really being is, and they're multitasking, consuming different content simultaneously. And I think all of us have kind of experienced that, ourselves too. So they're surfing while watching, TV, probably the emailing via phone, while reading the news or on their laptops and so forth. So we know it is from our own experience, and consumer could be watching television or busy on their phone at the same time. So a global Facebook study reiterates that 30 to 40% of TV viewers browse Facebook or a social platform while also watching the main screen, which is the television. So on a very lighter note, we can keep saying, whenever the commercial breaks come, people move away and maybe go to another channel. I guess here, they probably shift focus from television screen to probably, their iPhones or their iPads and watch the content or maybe emailing or kind of conversing with, their friends. And they come back to, watching television screen, once, the break is kind of done. So therefore, the media planner has to be cognizant of these trends and consumers' behavior beyond the reported data, and accordingly kind of plan strategies for the brand campaigns is what really, kind of specifies. The media consumption interaction is more screen-based. We can see that. So on an average, if we spend about 4.4 hours, of our time watching screens or consuming, content or content, 90% actually that is on the media, on the screen-based media interaction. So therefore, most of it actually happens on your smartphone or through your laptop or your tablet or television. Only 10% of it actually, the content that you're consuming happens on non-screen, which is, radio, newspaper, or a magazine. That is very clearly kind of defines a fact, that people are kind of more engaging and, involved in watching, the screen formats. And therefore, it becomes very important, when you're planning a campaign, especially for a video, to be synergistic across platforms so that messages are seamlessly dispersed, functioning perfectly on any screen and be recognized as part of the connecting campaign. They should not be distinctive to each other. They should be kind of seamlessly synergistic and integrated to each other. So there's a continuity of message when people are watching it across various screens. Okay, this is a bit of detailing of what I kind of spoke about. Like I said, 90% of the time people are kind of spending, watching, a television screen. But people are shifted to other screen formats, to kind of do other activities, which could be either browsing on the internet, shopping, online, managing finances or planning their trips. And for instance, even when they're watching, television, they probably may not be watching the television on television itself, but maybe, you have probably 49% of, this is the data which is there from the KPMG report, 49% of them probably are watching it from their smartphones, or 34% of people are watching the content probably through PC and laptop. So they may not be watching television content, maybe through some other devices. Okay. And here it's so mobile is actually, almost like the epicenter of your digital ecosystem. It's a new first screen. So, I mean, you're just not kind of calling people and, speaking to people on the phone, but you're doing many, many more things with your mobile phone, apart from also kind of probably watching a television content on that. So that is becoming like really subservient. This is another very interesting kind of, trend I saw, that people are watching and consuming much, much more. So if you look at the, this chart, it gives you a trend of 2017 to 2021. The number of people, for instance, who are watching only digital has gone up many-fold from 2017 to 2021, 1.5 million or so to 5 million. People who watch tactical digital, essentially, which means that they're watching paid TV and at least one paid OTT service, has also gone up humongously. 6 million from 17 to 21 to 25 million. People who are watching bundled digital, essentially, which means they're watching paid TV and maybe a telco bundled content, has also gone up substantially from 155 million to 376 million. So that's the kind of content that people are consuming. Mass consumers, who probably watch pay TV or may consume some OTT content sometime, has kind of declined, which essentially means that obviously there's more skew towards people watching much more content. And the free consumers are kind of, almost status quo from 2018. So that's really essentially tells us, that, how, the more, content is getting consumed. And I think COVID, everybody's kind of spoken about that, is a catalyst and increase in consumption of the online content. We're all aware of that. So this is obviously fueled by increase in internet users, which is 504 million as we speak, and growth is predicted to around 70% by 2023. And that gives the scope and the advantage of people to kind of really access their content through the internet space. And during COVID, in the 4 months from Jan 22 April 2020. While contrary to belief that OTT content, which is popularly kind of spoken about, that went up in terms of viewing, but actually speaking, your aggregation of your news and short formats also went up humongously. And one particular kind of statistics, the Indians they don't like just watching one paid content; they like to kind of subscribe to multiple of them, so they have the option to kind of really surf from one to the other. So that's the. This is a data from Bag Nielsen, wherein it's very clearly from a news channel point of view. People watch news and television, but they were watching, also accessing news through smartphones. But before the COVID, pre-COVID times, the first part of March, about 38% of viewing was happening of news through smartphones, which went up humongously, 54%. It settled down at 48%. Is this point in time even high? Is still higher than what it used to be pre-COVID. But having said that, whenever you have an event happening or any kind of breaking news happening, this number really goes up to the same level as it about 40-50%. So people have become familiar and comfortable with kind of accessing and looking at news through their smartphones is essentially what it kind of tells us. Just a bit of I just thought an observation from a very qualitative point of view. Itself, I said take an integrated approach. It says so knowing target consumers, you're very well, and understanding their behavior pattern, especially from a point of view of how they're kind of viewing the content, and which platforms do they use, when and what order do they use a platform. For example, smartphones and laptops are probably used, and this is logical. This is, logical and research during the day. And while TV dominates, obviously, the evening, because people are home to kind of watch their content there. So I think it also has a reflection on how we kind of think of creative and media strategies. So building creative idea that is flexible across all platforms. Optimizing the media plan to construct a cohesive brand experience across multiple screens. So, for example, TV, obviously can be there for generating saliency and awareness, and mobile ads or the other smaller formats of consumption of content can probably be more communicating messaging and motivating purchase intent. So I think this is one thing that probably we can kind of self-educate ourselves on, and probably look at just regular beyond data. Coming on to the network that I kind of represent, ABP network, we've completely kept in pace and adapted to the change, and we have therefore become a very holistic proposition for media planners to kind of look at, and just a bit of a sharing of the data. We actually recently kind of relaunched, our brand look and feel. We relaunched our logo, and this was done across all the channels that we are available in, and all the, the digital formats that we are available in. So, and this is obviously to kind of adapt to the changing environment, making, our content far more, appealing, more vibrant, connect with our audiences in a much more impactful, better way, take a feedback from them, improve our content basis that, and, looking at, really what, the consumer feedback is. And so it's exactly to kind of adapt to the way the media and the market environment is changing. And to do that, we have built a formidable proposition with content adaptable to multiple screens. So if you look at it, this is the data for average monthly traffic. So while ABP network content, our news get displayed, through linear TV, we almost reach 325 million individuals, in a month. We also kind of incrementally reach, huge amount of audience size, through the digital platforms like website, which adds 72 million apps, and our ABP Live app kind of adds on 3 million. YouTube, also kind of adds up. So we have people watching us on YouTube, about 500 million viewers, and our Facebook 9 million followers also accessing our news and content, through that particular space. So we become a very, very formidable option, for the people to just look at as us beyond just kind of buying onto television. I think it's important to kind of look at the entire proposition in a very holistic way, which is linear and online. Again, a very interesting piece of data. If you look at the incremental viewership from digital, which is our live and our VOD, hence the blue one, which is 80 million viewing minutes, that we kind of provide of our content to the audiences through linear TV. But we add on 252 million viewing minutes through our websites and 232 million viewing minutes through our apps. That's the kind of power of the size of the vast of the content and the viewers that we kind of provide to the audiences. And my last slide really is to media planners is to take the plunge. Please do look at the network in a holistic way. Do not demarcate it as television or offline or linear. It has to be looked at cumulatively. That's where you'll be able to get impact for the money that you're spending. So you cannot always wait for the perfect time. Sometimes you must dare to jump. And that's what I sign off. Right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Khyati.
Thank you so much, Mona, for that wonderful presentation. And I'm just going to quickly check on if we have any questions from our audience. Right. So I think everybody has enjoyed. They are commenting and complimenting on the insights that they've received. So thank you so much, Mona, for your time and sharing this insights here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I was just thinking, can I just add on something? It is on a very humorous side. Dan report obviously always gets done, in a good, event place, when everybody's kind of presenting, physically to everybody, and you can see your audiences and the expressions. But I think what COVID has done has taught us another way of kind of, communicating with each other. So here I am presenting to everybody, the audience there. I don't know, how they're responding and reacting to what I said. Is that's okay with me? That makes you pretty comfortable. But yeah, there's another way of communication that we all are doing with each other. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely, Mona. And it was a pleasure hearing you even while you were on screen and not in person. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move forward. There's going to be a little change in the agenda. We're going to move to our keynote session by Mr. Anuj Jain, Executive Director, Nerolac Paints. Welcoming our keynote speaker, Mr. Anuj Jain, Executive Director, Nerolac Paints, who started his career at Kansai Nerolac Paints Limited in the year 1990 as management trainee. From 1990 to 1999, he worked in the sales function department and covered various markets in the north and south regions of India extensively. Thereafter, he shifted to Mumbai and was recognized for his noteworthy contribution and expertise in marketing. Mr. Anuj Jain has a career spanning over 30 years at Kansai Nerolac. He took over as the Vice President, Marketing and Sales in April 2003. Thereafter, he was promoted to the designation of Director, Decorative for Kansai Nerolac Paints in 2010. And from 2018, he is serving as the Executive Director in charge of entire sales and marketing, manufacturing, and technical. In his current capacity, Mr. Jain is responsible for driving growth organically and inorganically along with business excellence. He will be here talking on building a dynamic future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Jain on screen.
Thank you, Khyati. I'm very happy to be here. My best wishes to Dentsu and e4m Digital for this launching this 5th edition advertising report. The theme here is driving business outcomes in digital first world. I'm happy to share my views. Turn off my video and share the presentation. So evolve. Now, just to make a start, I would like to say that technology is really speeding up the process of human evolution. And it is very important for a business to keep up with this digital chain evolution so that we can build promising future for the business, for the consumers. In the case of technology change is so fast that either the businesses or brands are doing well or falling short. In India, as of today, 70 crore people have access to the internet. And in next 5 years' time, it is expected that this number will cross 100 crores. So I think the brands have to be ready to a digital-only consumer. It is really becoming a social currency. The digital adoption is must for any age group. If it is not, then somewhere the social connect start going. This fast change is creating an environment, and today, when we look at that, so much of digital transactions are happening, and we call it transactions, because in the old days we used to build relations with the customer, and if today technology or the digital has to replace the human touch, I think what is important to understand that in those days you or we were contacting our customers at a different time, understanding different stage what their needs are, at what time they need to list what. So because today with transaction, somewhere that because transactions are both online. You are leading dimensional and complex to say the least. So I would use one example here from paint industry, that to delight the consumer, what we need to do. Now, if you look at paint, and I'm sure all of you must have experienced, it follow a consumer journey. At the start, you decide about, when you think of doing a paint, then you say, let's see. And at that stage, you have some requirement that what budget, how much it is going to cost, consultation with the family. Then you shift to the next stage, dream, because you start visualizing that when I do a painting, how my walls are going to transform, how my home is going to transform. And you start dreaming that, the color choice. And then you get into the process of let's know what kind of product, what kind of features, what we need to compromise, what we need to optimize. And then you shift to the next stage of concluding, let's lock. So you are making the final choice that which product, what functional features, what kind of shades, you are making the final choice. And then you proceed with that. Let's go. Where the actual painting process is happening. And once the painting process is complete, then is a time where you are able to see what kind of turnaround transformation has happened in your home space. So that's a complete journey. And in this journey, consumer want to be very focused. At every stage, he does not want to get bombarded with all the information. I think at every stage, there's a requirement of intervention, and that is the kind of empowerment what consumer want to have in his hand. And therefore, in this slide, I'm talking about that how can businesses focus on empowering through engagement. And for this, I think we need to privacy, transparency. That's very important. So it's a testament of this. Businesses need to of sharing such as writing techniques, organization culture on a regular basis. And I think last but not the least, it need to be inclusive and sensitive of the environment they collaborate with, cultures, geographies, languages, and people at large. So these are very important principles to follow. So from this, we can clearly say that the gears are really shifting, the change is really happening, and new technologies artificial intelligence. At Nerolec, we have seen the impact of artificial intelligence on improving our sales operations through aspects like visit plan, sales forecast, geotagging, heat maps, chatbots, a different kind of thing. Today, we have a large sales force in the market, and each person has the tab with him where he is able to understand, for a customer, we deal with large number of customers, that what is his buying pattern, what is his behavior, what he is going to take in what kind of period, or some information is provided to them. a new business using the power of AI. They have revolutionized the world of stockbroking. It's a real good change. Artificial intelligence in the world of marketing, where we say today in the mass media, when we show the ad, it's visible to all, even if people don't want to see it, and sometimes it becomes irritating for them. But this is the technology which can at least present the ads to be seen by those who really want to see it, who really respect it. That's the power of artificial intelligence. The second change here, or the emerging technology, is augmented and virtual reality. We used to say in the world of digital, the imagination and the reality. I think with this augmented, we can do that. Just giving you an example here, we have introduced one Color My Space app. So basically, customer who want to see that how am I going to look like after the paint, he can just take a picture of his room. He can pick up the from the shades are available. You can pick up some inspirational decor ideas and can place them on their on their wall and see that how it will look like. And that's real great that I'm able to augment. I'm able to see that post painting how it is going to be different. And I think this is related to if you want people to work on the machine, today you can provide the training on the machine, real machine, but then through the augmented and virtual reality, this can be done. VR is very effective for the training. The people working on the field, people working in the factory, different machine, how we use the virtual reality to see that our physical efforts, are reduced, and we are able to use more and more brain. And these, applications are available in the various languages. I was giving an example of Navle Color My Space. It is available in 10 different languages. So even language is not the barrier. From this technology, I come to the second part, which is the content. And that's also a very important part. And the content is not all about, everybody knows that, more contents, more relevant contents you have, more you are able to come closer to the consumer. But I think here what we are talking about is, it's not only the content, but as a brand owner, you need to create, but also the content which you are getting created through the consumer feedback, the response, sharing, what is talking about your product or about the brand and what you're sharing in a circle. So that's also an important part of the content. Giving a very good example here is Home Depot. They took the game of content to a different level with the Shop the Look collaboration with Pinterest. Through the VR feature on image collecting app, they made the game of inspirations easy, and today Instagram is pioneering the business with shopping ads. It's a great example of how consumers are generating love for a brand through shares and comments and pins. So if you look at this example or the earlier examples that I've used, you can clearly say that how this space is evolving and emerging, and therefore businesses need to shape up for the future. They have to make, by adopting digital evolution, they have to make the business future proof, because today will be different from today. The future is digital transformation. The cost involved is huge, but it is important for business to know the trends they need to follow and do not fall into the fads. Gone are the days when campaigns were developed on pure gut, intuition, understanding, but I think today it's need to be more informative. And it's not only merely information, I think it's a deep insight which you can get on this particular platform. All of us, the brand people, need to learn social listening skills. Otherwise, there's a possibility of losing the deep insights. There are a lot of examples in the current times, like Swiggy, Netflix. They're changing the dials of social listening and building brand value with each comment. Businesses are using a lot of analyzing tools to discover what their target audience is, because this platform is available. The people are sharing, people are commenting. The business is how do you understand your customers better so that you are able to intervene, you are able to attend your customers on this platform rightly and at the right time. Consumer sensing is taking the center stage, and I think it's important to say that here that consumer sensing is the new consumer understanding. By listening, you're able to understand at what stage, what consumer is wanting, what consumer is sensing, taking the insights from there, and then we have opportunity to build proposition based on these insights and these understanding. The next important part is that we have spoken about emerging technologies, some of the trends, but I think it is equally important to acknowledge the talent that is at the back end of all this. With technologies accelerating, the need for skilled talent is also at an all-time high. Businesses should not shy away from training their in-house talent continuously, regularly, business goals now and in the future. Skill to scale is the right way to go. So upskilling and nurturing continuously the talent is very, very important. So I think with this, I'm coming towards the end of this presentation, where I would say that digital is important, digital is evolving, and digital is important. It's affordable, it's digital can optimize, digital can integrate. Simple examples today where we create one email and then it leads to a lot of automations. For example, we hear songs on the Spotify. I can always ask Alexa, hey Alexa, I want to hear my favorite songs. And Alexa can pick up the song from the favorites of my favorites from the Spotify. So that's the kind of integration, and can lead to a lot of things. Integration with the lighting, songs, and so many other things. So I think if we miss that digital initiatives, we miss these particular changes, we don't know that what next change we are going to miss. So if we do not want to miss the future, it is important to adopt the digital changes, the digital evolution. And that's why I would like to end my presentation by saying that let's embrace digital evolution. It is important for all. The businesses, the small businesses who were not able to create their brands earlier, now there's opportunity available. People can work in a very, very focused manner by embracing the digital changes and can get the answer to their questions, to their problems, and the right solution. With the right solution, the businesses can be future-proof and the relationship with the consumers can be built. Thank you so much. And I look forward for the session, the case studies during the day, and my best wishes to all the participants. Thank you. Thank you, Khyati.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Jain. And I'm sure all of you will agree with him as we say that change is the only constant, and we need to constantly keep evolving in this market where digital is transforming our lives in every way possible. Thank you so much, Mr. Jain, once again for your time and insights. I would like to urge all of you one more time that do tweet and join our online conversation using the hashtag Dentsu e4m report. We'd love to hear from all of you. What are your key takeaways from these sessions? And if you have any questions for our speakers, don't forget to use the Q&A box or the chat box on whichever platform you're watching us on. Ladies and gentlemen, today's increasingly digital world demands new ways to build and manage brands. The next wave of growth for brand looks different in a world where brand is experienced through platforms and ecosystems other than its own, where touchpoints and channels multiply daily, where interfaces become invisible, where machines are increasingly responsible for deciding our preferences. Our next keynote session, ladies and gentlemen, is by Mr. Shashank Srivastava, the Executive Director, Marketing and Sales, Maruti Suzuki. He comes with a rich experience of over 30 years in sales and marketing. He is a dynamic professional and is known for his analytical skills and a focused and goal-oriented style of working. His customer-centric attitude, keen observation, research-based, data-backed approach, and openness to adopt new technologies are some of the key factors that contribute towards his professional success. An alumni of IIM Ahmedabad, he currently heads the marketing and sales business vertical at Maruti Suzuki. I'd like all of you to join me in welcoming Mr. Shashank Srivastava. He will be talking on building a future-ready business through digital transformation. A very warm welcome to you.
Good afternoon. And thank you, Kathy, for this introduction. I'm, in fact, very pleased to be here today for this event with some of the best marketing audience, I believe. So thanks to Dentsu and also to e4m. I hope to learn a lot. And in the previous presentation that I saw, it was a terrific one from Nerolac, and there was a lot of insights there. And I hope that I will also offer from our experience at Maruti Suzuki some of the insights which might be useful to the audience here. I'll just start sharing a presentation so that, so give me a couple of secs. So I'll just start the presentation.
Absolutely. Till then, I'm going to remind all of you that there is an online conversation going on using the hashtag Dentsu E4M report. You can join using that hashtag. And right now we have with us Mr. Shashank Srivastava. So if you have any questions that you'd like to pose to him, then do comment in the chat box or the comment box. Or if you're on Zoom with us, then do send it in the Q&A box.
Yeah. So Kathy, you can see the presentation. I just a confirmation I wanted.
Yes, we can.
Yes. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin a presentation to take the journey of being future ready at Maruti Suzuki, largely through digital transformation. And I'll present to you a small 20-minute presentation. So first, this was the year of the Black Swan. Black Swan was first referred in by a Roman poet in the 2nd century. His name was Juvenal, and he said that he used it in a context that black swans, since it was an impossible thing, it will never happen. There is no such thing as a black swan. In fact, in 16th century England, you still have the dictionary mentioned black swan as an impossibility. Right? It was only towards the end of the 17th century that Dutch explorers in Western Australia, they saw a black swan, and that is how it is said that till the time that you do not know of an event, you think it's an impossible. And friends, this pandemic thing was sort of a black swan. Of course, we had a big pandemic about 100 years back, but the qualities of a black swan event is it's unexpected, it has a major impact, and also that it is rationalized by hindsight. And we had a new vocabularies during this lockdown, which came out of this black swan event, which, as you know, we had such vocabulary, using such words as lockdown or WebEx, calls, quarantine, protocol, work from home, and so on and so forth. So it sort of changed the way we approached our lives, the way we worked, and indeed the way we thought. And this is not just about us as people. It is also about it is also related to all our consumers, and in fact all the organizations that we work for, or in some cases the businesses we work for. So most of the consumers were confused. They were anxious, insecure. It was, as I said, it was a black swan event. Nobody really knew, and there was when this is going to end, and there was some sort of a negativity all around. There were many changes in consumer outlook and behavior. In fact, if you see, and we have just summarized it, what sort of basic behavioral change was there in the consumers. They were seeking greater control over their journey, whether it is in terms of their lives or in the type of products they buy, or the process by which they buy. They were also seeking greater empowerment and knowledge, seeking greater convenience. In fact, for car industry, one big thing which happened was people moving away from public transport to more of a, and also shared mobility, to more of a personal transport. That sort of actually helped the industry because there was a greater demand for personal cars. Although having said that, there was also a loss of jobs in some instances, loss of incomes, loss of bonuses, etc. So there was this contradictory requirement of a increased requirement for personal transport, but less money at hand. There was obviously the media consumption landscape, which evolved dramatically changing. We saw print coming down completely, OTT, digital platforms going up. The prime time shifted. In fact, I was surprised when somebody told me that the prime time actually shifted to 11 o'clock in the morning from what usually happens around 9 or 10 in the night. And also, that trust and value became the new drivers of choice. And I would request everybody to take note of this, because I think ultimately we found that it is the brand trust at that time which was probably the major driver of choice of product. In fact, we used to talk in our meetings that trust is the new currency for brand differentiation, and that is how we started our journey. And at the time when there was a lockdown, we didn't really know which direction the pandemic will move. So we started with a war cry, which was ready, resolute, and resilient. This is the sort of a war cry that we gave not only to our employees, to all our vendors, our partners, and dealers, and so on. So the aim was actually not at that time was to survive and develop and not to panic. Of course, it was something which we never knew which way it will turn. And at that time, we focused simply on building the brand, not business. And if you see the pictures here, you can see that we actually got involved not in making cars, because that was stopped during the lockdown. We were making ventilators, or helping in making ventilators. Our supply chain people, our production guys, they were out to help and collaborate with some organizations for making of ventilator, because that was the need for the nation at that time. You can see our machines being used for making PPEs and so on. And we started coming to office, of course, around the first week of May, with all the social distancing norms. And you can see that girl in specs at the center of this screen. She's wearing it's a sensor which gives you how much distance, if you come nearer than 6 feet, which was the prescribed distance, then there was a beep to both the people that you are closer than the prescribed distance. Also, that data was going to the server, and at the end of the day, we could analyze how many instances were there where we did not, and who those individuals were who did not adhere to the guidelines. This helped us, of course, immensely, because that was the prime concern at that time. And it also built a lot of trust with the consumers, because consumers could identify that we were not actually after the business so much as to we were very careful and very mindful of the safety and the physical well-being of employees and also the consumers. Then when the things started getting better, we had to shift to something which we call rethink, reimagine, and recalibration. Automobile actually is quite a complex business. We have products which are, in which we have components coming from different vendors who are all across the country. We have many core functions, including design. We had to digitalize it. We had to adopt new technologies, both for our not only just interaction and communication, but also for vehicle production itself. And that also made us realize that there is an increasing role of data and analytics. Remember, automobile business has had so far the same business model for the last 100 years. So you have component manufacturers giving components to a OEM, who then decides to assemble the vehicle. These assembled vehicles are transported to different dealers. Dealers, through their sales executives, sell those vehicles to the consumer. This has been the structure for 100 years. It hasn't changed. But now with this change environment, we thought that the structure of the business itself will change, and we need to rethink given the current situation. I'll give you an example. We had the launch of the S-Cross 1.5 liter BS6 engine vehicle sometime in August. Normally we have launches where we call all of the stakeholders, and we have a very nice party, and we have a press conference and so on. This was not possible. Our entire launch this time was done digitally. In fact, we gathered more audience than we would do otherwise, and at a much cheaper cost. For CRM, for example, or for logistics, we had adopted an absolutely different, had to adopt absolutely different practice than what we had done so far. And I'll come to what all things which we did to make possible the embrace to embrace new technology, to make possible a more efficient operation at Maruti Suzuki. So digital capabilities, that's the big business differentiator, also a disruptor. I think it was mentioned in the previous presentation as well. And I would like to now tell you the transformation story, to the digital transformation story for Maruti Suzuki. So our guiding principle of, and we had to change our DNA for that. By the way, we have it's true. I think for most marketers, most manufacturers, you need to change your DNA, and it's not just about it's not a buzzword that everybody is talking about. It has to enhance efficiencies. It has to lead to productivity, savings. It should increase collaboration. It has to be holistic. And by collaboration, I also mean there is a lot of cross-functional efficiencies that you need to build in. And finally, that it had to be people-centric. And this last point is something which actually misses out when we are talking too much of technology. So we talk too much of data. But I think we need to be mindful of the fact that as far as consumers are concerned, they are real people. And as far as employees are concerned, they are real people too. As far as your collaborators, whether vendors or dealers, they are real people too. So whatever technologies we adopt, we had to be mindful that they have to be people centric. And I take you back to that slogan of rethinking and reimagining, which I just showed. And that was the basis of our digital transformation. Rethinking the way we work, reimagining the way we will connect with consumers, and reimagining what the business would be. So let's look at the first part, which is the rethink part. And just for the information of many of you who may not be in the auto industry, but I'm sure you would know that auto industry, while the core product is automobile, there is a lot of other things involved like design, manufacturing, marketing. You have logistics, supply chain, finance, and so on and so forth. So the important thing is to have an error-free production to maintain quality. And also remember that the go-to market time, which for any new model is about what used to be about 7-8 years, has to be cut down because of the changing, fast changing consumer preferences. And also remember that we are actually producing a car every 13 seconds every day. And we are dispatching, in fact, 5,000 to 6,000 cars every day. So in order to make this massive coordination, this massive operation, we have actually 50,000 plus employees. We have 3,000 plus outlets in about 2,000 cities. We have 15 million inquiries which we handle for our consumers. So I think it's a massive operation and cannot be done now without the active transformation through digital means and data-based actions. So initially, of course, let me tell you that we started in the new normal, empowering people. We had digital solutions for hiring. Maruti Suzuki, unlike other companies, never stopped hiring even in this period. We had actually hired more than 300 people who joined us during the lockdown. And that was possible only because we did the induction as well as orientation virtually. So while it may not be a real replica of the physical interaction, but the induction and engagement was largely done in this way, and we never stopped recruitment. We also did a complete digitization of learning and development function, which is also a first time in the industry. And we had a lot of those health and wellness apps for very stringent health monitoring. Remember, we have been coming to office since 4th of May. And also in our factories where we have production, you need to be present physically. So it's while the work from home is available for certain category of people, but for most people in production or even in design, That is not available. So we did have those apps with a very stringent health monitoring, which is also serving a sort of a message to the employees of how concerned we are. And it also made us very conscious that in order to be at the most productive, we need to be healthy, and we need to monitor our wellness as well. On the reimagining part, of course, we come back to the consumer I am talking about. And I think in the couple of presentations made earlier, consumers, everybody said consumer has to be focused. And this is no different in our industry as well. There has been, of course, a change in the nature of consumer. The modern auto consumer has drastically changed over the years. In fact, if you see, thanks to our economic growth, the consumer is now younger. He's more sort of a lifestyle seeker. So it's not just that he wants a car to move from point A to point B, but it's also that it is an extension of his personality. He's more aspirational, he's more experimental, even in terms of design, for example. And he's very tech savvy, which means that we have to follow not only in the media consumption choices that he makes, but also the nature of devices he uses in order to communicate, the type of social media interactions he has, even our interactions and our transactions, they are all digitized now. And it's a great platform. We started off almost 10-15 years back when we started our DMS, which is the dealer management system, on the transactional basis, which is transaction part means that the consumer is known. The consumer makes a purchase, or he comes and buys an accessory, or takes an insurance, or takes finance. So his data is known to us. That's a transactional based database. Then there is an interactional based database, where you may not know exactly the consumer, but once we have an idea of who he is, we have even before he has bought the vehicle, we know about the consumer. What we call it a single view of consumer, where once he buys a car or once he inquires about a car, we try to find out as much as possible about him or her, and try to make the best experience available to him or her. Drastically changed approach to car purchase now. 95% of the consumers research online before they even come to the showroom. Online video is now playing a bigger role in car buying process, with 80% of the car buyers using it as a research destination. And more consumers are also now using digital, as you can see, 60% research online to find the dealer. Now, remember, the dealer part is actually at the bottom end of the purchase funnel. So earlier, the digital was thought to be affecting the top end of the funnel, and we had a lot of use, we were using it, but also at the lower end, and that is the basis for the hyperlocal program for managing inquiries that we started very recently. Very recently means a couple of years back. Just a quick look at the number of touch points which a consumer has when he buys a car. There are 26 touch points. Before the pandemic, 23 or 21 of them were digitized. The ones which were not digitized were finance, test drive, and actual delivery. So here we have now done the finance bit also as part of our digital platform development. So the consumer can take finance even without going out of our system of inquiry processing. Which means that he has less chance to go out of our system, and he gets a much better experience. He gets a much better response time. And we have digitized 25 out of those 26 touch point. Even test drive, you can have a immersive, through using immersive 3D technology of our showrooms. We can actually give you an experience of how it feels to drive a car digitally. So one last point which cannot be digitalized is, of course, the physical delivery of the vehicle. It's a physical product after all. That's why in automobile, we talk of phygital and not really digital. 1/4 of our, and this is, of course, for our digital consumer, we understand that today the consumer is digital very savvy. Which is why at Maruti Suzuki, there is an increasing shift to digital, both in the overall business as well as marketing efforts. And look at, and that's reflected in the spends on digital as well. It's been increasing to now 25% almost. 5-fold increase in digital inquiries to sales. Digital inquiries were just 3% of our total inquiries. They have now increased to almost 40%. So the distance from 3% to 15% was done in 3 years till the pandemic started. And post-pandemic, in 3 months, it came from 15% to 40%. So that is the sort of acceleration which the pandemic has brought out in the consumer process converting to digital. And therefore, we have also kept pace. And now, in fact, 17% of the digital attributed inquiries to the retail, 17% of our retail is actually attributed to digital inquiries, which is massive. And as I just mentioned, we have started the car financing process as well, which is a first in the industry. In fact, it is first in the world, because for even more developed markets, this is not entirely digitalized. We have been doing about 2,000 cases a month now, and it's growing exponentially as we expand going forward in this area. We also have the largest dealer digitalization program now. We used to talk about earlier. We used to talk about how many dealer outlets we have, how much cities we are covering. But as you know, once we have this digital thing going, we are now starting to talk about our share of the network in the digital space. And that, I think, is a massive, massive change in the very thought process that we have had, from a purely physical sort of approach to something is entirely digital. In fact, we have now 1,100 plus dealerships on the digital map, and that is leading to more leads, in fact, better conversions, and even lesser costs. And even in the CRM, where we have a lot of personalization requirement, we are with the increased CLTVs for upselling, cross-selling, retention. We are now using AI and using an entire database, both on the transactional front and the interactional front, to have a single view of consumers. In fact, we have now the lead qualification and the lead prioritization, where we can actually predict which consumer is most likely to buy a car, or what is the probability that he will buy accessories. So it's not something magic, but it's just pure basis of data and AI technology. We even have doing an experiment in which consumers who walk into our showroom, through their eye movement and their face expressions, we can actually sense the mood, and in fact trying to predict what type of color or type of vehicle they are looking for. And that, I think, is going forward. It's an experiment we are doing, and going forward, I suppose it will give us a much better sense of what the consumer is, and we'll have a much better understanding of the consumer. How does it help if you have a consumer understanding the way it is? I was looking at the presentation made by the Nerolec person, and I liked one line which he said: "Consumer sensing is the new customer understanding," and we try to do that also at Maruti Suzuki, to give a much more personalized and a richer brand experience. So as you can see, we have now created a data lake where we put in all data, interactional as well as from their websites or from their social posts, etc., into a data lake. And then we manage the data in a data warehouse. That means that we sort of organize the data about the consumer, and gives us a very good idea of what the consumer is. So what we will do, what we are doing is holding us in good stead, not just in good times, but also when the going gets tough. And I'd just like to show you quickly, these are the last few slides, quickly about the results which we have got post-pandemic, after strengthening our digital platform in every which way. We have Q2 to Q1, of course, growth is very high. It may be a misleading figure because Q1, as you know, was affected badly by the pandemic. But then Q3 versus Q2 growth has also been pretty good. So month and month, there has been a good bounce back in the industry, and certainly at Maruti Suzuki. In fact, Maruti Suzuki's highest ever sales in any month ever was in October 2021. And it was also the highest ever quarterly sale in Q3. It was also highest ever December sales. So we are truly back. And I would, without hesitation, say that digital transformation, as I just described, played a big role in this success. In fact, you can see the quarter numbers, how they've grown, and they are now past the last year's figure, something which most businesses are struggling with. So it's not just, of course, automobile industry has bounced back, I think, a little better for various reasons. Especially Maruti Suzuki also, we have been, I would credit it through our team, who have done a great work in digital area. That has sort of not hampered our operations, which has been hampering some of the other people in the industry, because they are focused plainly on the traditional way of doing business. And in fact, in December 2020, the top 7 model sales were all from Maruti Suzuki. So it gives not just a one-time or one type or one segment or a one brand type of success. The top 7 brands in the country are actually all from Maruti Suzuki, as you can see from this slide. And also our market share actually increased. As you can see, in hatchbacks, we increased 3%, passenger cars 2%, MPVs almost 11%, vans about 8-9%, UVs percent. So overall market share of we keep maintaining our market share slightly above 50%. Some of the segment market share you can see are really good. We are proud of it, but of course it was not possible without rethinking and reimagining and recalibrating the business that I have spoken about in the presentation so far. So just a quick look at the future from what was slow and calculated way. Those companies who will survive and will do well will be those who are agile and nimble in leveraging growth opportunities. We realize that. We hope that we will be up to the task for being agile and nimble for better productivity and efficiencies. And also from pure play product focus to a digitally enabled products and services is becoming so important for automobile, because now we are looking at connected cars, we are looking at even autonomous vehicles, we are looking at electric, we are looking at absolutely different way of consumer behavior, both in purchase of the car and the way they use it. So from solving functional needs, for which Maruti Suzuki actually was sort of branded, but now we want to be an enabler of life aspiration as well. Just a summary: from so and calculated to agile and nimble, pure play products to digitally enabled services, and solving functional needs to enabling of life aspiration, and in fact, mobility solutions. And I'm reminded of this famous quote: as the world becomes a digital place, we cannot forget about human connection. And that is what I would leave the presentation at the end. In all this talk about technology and AI and ML and machine learning and big data and digital platforms and so on and so forth, we must not forget that finally it is about human beings. It's about the human connection. So that, I believe, will continue to be the most important of all the things that we do, either digitally or otherwise. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shashank. I think it was such a wonderful presentation, and we can't agree more that no matter how much the technology transforms our world, it's still about human connections. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your insights with us.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, e4m is inviting nominations for the second edition of e4m Health Marcom Awards 2020. e4m Marcom Awards celebrates campaigns which have promoted health, isn't restricted to only the health and pharma space, but covers a gamut of verticals. So we'd like to showcase here an audiovisual of Health Marcom Awards and invite all of you to send in your nominations for it. So here we'd like to invite all of you to send in your nominations for the e4m second edition of Health Marcom Awards. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to remind you to send in your tweets. Tell us how do you feel about this event? Is there any takeaway that you'd like to highlight from any of our sessions? And if you'd have any questions or queries regarding the event, go forward and do that using the hashtag Dentsu E4M report. And here I'm going to take you through our next panel. Our next panel will be discussing on change in consumer behavior and what it means for brands. A big question. Here I'm going to welcome our panel, the illustrious panel that we have here. Ms. Anuja Mishra, Vice President and Head of Marketing, Personal Care and Hygiene, Godrej Consumer Products Limited. Also on our panel is Bimal Karthik Riba, Co-founder and COO Trell. We have with us Mr. Rohit Dosi, Director Microsoft Advertising at InMobi. Also on our panel is Mr. Vaibhav Kumar, Vice President and Head E-commerce and Digital Marketing at Max Life Insurance Company Limited. On our panel is Yadwinder Singh Guleria, Director Sales and Marketing, Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Private Limited. And chairing this session is Rubina Singh, CEO, iProspect. I welcome all of you and leave the screen to Rubina to take the discussion forward. Very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you so much, and very warm welcome to all my panelists today. Thank you for joining us and hope you're doing well and staying safe. And, I just want to open this session by saying that the pandemic has impacted, our lives virtually at every aspect, how we work, how we travel, how we communicate, how we shop, how we do these events, and so much more. Some of these developments have been sudden and involuntary, such as social distancing, wearing masks, stopping public transport, restrictions on travel, etc. For others, it's merely accelerated the adoption of behaviors which were already gaining traction, such as digital adoption, digitization of shopping, banking, and more. But what is more interesting for me personally is to think about that will these changes in behavior last even after the COVID-19 world, or will consumers go back to their old habits? I see 5 key trends in behavioral changes emerging from the impact of COVID-19. One is there's obviously, or everybody earlier has spoken about it enough, that there is an increased digital adoption. People are shifting to digital platforms for their day-to-day needs in all aspects of life. There's also a change in mobility patterns. There's less usage of public transport, more remote working, etc., etc. There's been a change in purchasing behavior. There's been an increased awareness on health, and there's also been changes in interpersonal behavior. Like, for example, lots of people, including myself, have got into pet adoption, etc. But while there is a bit of an overlap in these trends, but the common theme is that the pandemic has increased people's use of digital tools in life and business to stay connected in a world which is physically distant or disconnected now. And increased use of digital tools is blurring the lines between work, lifestyle, and social interaction, and between domains like mobility, health, and finance. And I actually expect this to continue even in the post-COVID world. And this massive shift to digital, that we've been talking about all this afternoon, would obviously mean that brands would have to increase their investments in building their presence and also marketing their products on digital. Brands, will not just spend on digital performance channels, but also on digital brand building. And digital marketing, like we saw, has and will continue to witness an incredible increase in investments during the post-COVID-19 era as well. And this is no surprise, right? Because as the behavior of the consumer changes, with it, marketing trends change. And to talk about this changed consumer behavior and how to get the consumer love in the digital world and what the future may look like, I have this power-packed panel today. And without taking too much more time, I'm going to straight jump into my conversation with them. I want to start with asking you, Rohit, So how has life been after sweatpants? Lots of trends have emerged. But, according to you, what are the top 2 behavioral changes that you have seen in the digital consumer that are likely to stay even post-COVID?
Sure. First of all, thank you, Rubina, for having me as a part of the panel. I think there has been a global shift in the consumer behavior, right, and a massive one in India for sure. So I think just talking about the active internet user base in India, I mean, it is 29% up from last year in terms of monthly active users and a 60% up in terms of daily active users. And a lot of this, I think it has been spoken in the previous sessions as well. I think the mobile first universe is on the rise, right? I think India is a leading the mobile first economy wave across the globe, almost around a 4.5 hours being spent daily on mobile. So I think the device shift itself is a big, change that has happened from a consumer behavior perspective, where, a lot more users are now spending time on mobile. I think the other major behavioral changes in terms of habits and, focus on categories and services, which we see in terms of certain industries and verticals pick up. So like, hyper local services have seen e-commerce as a segment has boomed up, right? There is definitely a focus on online learning, which is education as a category has come up massively, and people are kind of learning new things and they're doing it online now. There is an increased attention and focus towards health, finance, home and gardening as people adapt working from home and continue to kind of, improve their lifestyle significantly. So these are, I think I would call out a couple of changes which will continue to happen in a post-pandemic world as well.
I agree with all those trends. And, one of those trends is the growing preference of personal mobility. Yadvinder, I want to ask you this question, that, with this growing preference where people, want to have their own vehicles and with the gradual opening up of economic activities, they've given a momentum to the auto industry. But I was also reading a report that globally, at least there is less than 1/3 of the younger consumers that prefer, going and purchasing auto offline and going for after sales in person. Are you seeing digital becoming more and more important in the entire purchase funnel in India as well? Yadvinder, are you there? Okay. Rohit, you want to come in here and share
Sure.
some of your thoughts?
Sure. So I think like you mentioned, right, personalization, I think is going to be key when as far as, digital is concerned, right? And I think digital is a medium where, marketers can probably quote consumers, right, from awareness to then conversions, probably even re-engage them, right? I think for most of the other mediums, it's difficult to have a single, unified view of a consumer. So I think when it comes to digital, I think just guiding consumer from one phase to another, since, a lot more users are there now online and a lot of them don't even know what they want, right? So I think, moving them and educating them from an awareness stage to kind of, even later stages in the funnel is important. And personalization is kind of going to play a very crucial role, I would say, whenever you kind of reach out to your customers or brands or marketers want to kind of, engage their customers. I think one of the and this we saw as a very huge trend during the pandemic itself, right? Some of our clients that we work with kind of leveraged it in very, very innovative ways, right? So one such, advertiser that we worked with, which is WakeFit, right? They're kind of, a leading D2C, brand in terms of mattresses and sofas and other furniture, right? They kind of, use search advertising that we offer from Microsoft as one of the ways for creating brand awareness. So effectively, while search advertising is being used as a performance medium, they kind of leveraged it for creating branding, and then beautifully they kind of started with IPL and customized it with their products. So basically they started targeting users saying, why don't you watch IPL sitting on WakeFit sofas? And from there to kind of creating awareness for WakeFit, they then entered into, showcasing various products, which is sofas, mattresses, beds, etc. And then finally nudging them to a price point or a deals or a discounts, phase where they could kind of see the purchase happening. So it was very evident how they kind of, reached out to users with personalized messaging, targeted them really well, offered them products which they probably, wanted at that point in time, to create that one unified, experience, which definitely kind of, paid off for them. So I think as, overall in the last 1 year, the overall experience in terms of how brands and marketers kind of are approaching their customers has evolved, and personalization definitely kind of, kicks in and is going to play a crucial part.
Sure. So you're saying, like, people are using digital full funnel marketing now across the purchase funnel, and not in some categories only lower funnel and some categories only top funnel. So it's evolving right now. I agree with that. I see that trend as well. And Vaibhav, I want to ask you, talking about the trends which are going to be sticky, non-sticky, and, going back to what I started with, Vaibhav, what's your view? Obviously with the outbreak of coronavirus, there was an increased number of people which became more, I think they took more interest in insurance, if I may say. And many of them started considering insurance as a necessity to be ready in case of, any unforeseen circumstances in the future. But do you think this is a long-term change in behavior, or will this diffuse post the vaccine comes?
Thank you, Rubina. Very good evening to fellow panelists and the audience. Rubina, I think the changing trends and behavior can broadly be classified, into reversal of past trends, acceleration of existing trends, and complete new habit formation. I think broad three themes, if you look at it, there's qualify each of these interesting trends. Past trend reversal, I think the whole trading down and bargain hunting, utility shopping, I think some of these will be temporary surges and will settle back somewhere midway. Income uncertainty guiding consumer decisions or deferring purchase for some categories is surely a trend, we all hope gets reversed. While the life insurance sector, we had a much lower impact compared to other categories and, as an industry. But the degrowth was only single digit at an industry level. You see, unlike most of the other sectors, the stressful trend specific to our category was the minor degrowth in the ticket size of the policy. The average ticket size of a life insurance policy being purchased online or offline, we saw a small dip, a minor dip. Now, while the way to have context, one needs to understand that the past 5 years growth of the industry at a whole, has been primarily led by these increase in ticket sizes, 15-20% every year, right? So this clearly shows that high value cases, have dried out across industry, especially in the affluent salaried or affluent self-employed segment, deferring important financial investment calls. So I think that's one trend that should get reversed. That's the small one. On a lighter note, best dishwasher searches, I was reading somewhere, jumped 10x, in 2020. I see the maids back in the house, so maybe that will too settle down. But then there is a trend acceleration, and I think the whole digital servicing experience embracing by the consumers, the strive for health and wellness, the e-commerce adoption beyond shopping, I think I see these trends, accelerating actually. They were already there and it started to accelerate. Just to give you a sense, this financial year, the direct to customer online business for Max Life is now contributing 18% of new customers, and Max Life is a fairly large franchise. It's the fourth largest private life insurance company. So they were already there and have been accelerated. The health insurance search query has been a continuous upward trajectory. We ourselves, as a category of life insurance and term insurance, experienced 18% YOY growth in the first quarter of last financial year in terms of consumer searches. So I think, beyond category, I think a 120% growth in searches for online psychiatrist. I think that's an acceleration of a trend that we all knew in our hearts is going to pick up. Right? So I think this whole wellness, mental wellness and physical wellness is one big acceleration of trend. And then my favorite, Rubina, the new and almost permanent habits. Those new habits that have been created: remote way of living, doing it yourself, hygienic and clean living, the rise of the smart shopper. Just to give an example, many years ago, the best performing creative for us, at life insurance used to be 1 crore cover at rupees 20 per day. And that used to be our best performing creative. And we marketers used to not like it too much, because it was tries and function, right? Very little of creativity. Interestingly, this year, that's not the case. We see experience-led creatives, like paperless onboarding, a creative which talks about no medical onboarding, almost operating at same levels, which is such a delight, because it opens up potent new thinking lines for us. So I think that's a almost permanent habit that I see picking up in this sector and a category. Do it yourself. I think each one of us saw a big surge like never before. Self-servicing in our case, leading from the front. So I think historically, if you look at it, pandemics have had a medium to long-term impact on financial services, and be it SARS or be it MERS. MERS. I mean, I'm told Bupa Arabia had a great 5-year run after MERS happened. So I think from a category perspective, looks like a medium-term positive trend.
Sure. And Anuja, I want to ask you now that, obviously there's been, again, a significant impact of consumer behavior when it comes to consumer products, shopping in metros at least. And I can talk about myself being a working woman. And I think about it, will I ever pop into a grocery store on a weekend again? It's not for me, right? But I don't know if I'm the only one or am I an exception. But are you seeing similar trends in customers where they're reducing their trips to the supermarket, or if they're going to the supermarket, then maybe their ticket sizes are increasing, or online shopping is getting more, becoming more of a norm even for consumer goods, and especially in the context of the expected digitization of the Kirana stores, that's at the backdrop. Yeah. What's your view?
Firstly, I think thanks, Rubina. Really excited to be on the panel. So absolutely, Rubina. I think I completely concur with what both what Rohit and Vaibhav mentioned. There have obviously been some dramatic changes, but I think there are some changes which have seen a fair degree of acceleration. I think adoption of e-com has been one, not just for, let's say, the more significant, planned kind of purchases, but equally for categories which are fairly impulse, categories that, we would sort of usually, frequent our local Kirana stores and modern trade channels as well for. So I think we've clearly seen a surge there. I think the interesting thing has been that the surge is fairly sustainable, right? Maybe 5 months back, we were all debating whether this kind of surge on e-com that we're seeing is here to stay, or will the consumer, pretty much pivot back to the local Kirana. I think we've seen a fair degree of both happening. I think what's happened is that we've seen a much larger adoption or an acceleration on adoption from consumers who were fairly reluctant to shop on e-com, and particularly for, let's say, products which they felt they need to sort of touch, feel, have a physical sort of interaction with. So I think that barrier has been broken. Secondly, like you said, I think it's got a very strong implication in terms of, one, opening up the opportunity of having conversations with consumers about, with your brand, beyond just, product benefits online and on platform. Secondly, I think what's also happened is that people very clearly, like you rightly said, right, have defined their shopping frequency. So, they may be now going to the local Kirana or the modern trade stores. They might have resumed that, but the ticket size there might actually go up because you don't want to keep visiting the stores, but at the same time, you want to max out, your purchases there. But for a lot of top-ups, there is actually the e-com channel where people are sort of figuring the ease. The second point, and I think an interesting one that you raise, is about the overall digitization, even within the so-called traditional and conventional sectors, right? So while interacting now with, your e-com, with your local Kirana, your cash is no more the preferred sort of currency. And therefore, the whole digitization on payments, digitization, even in terms of, let's say, placing orders on WhatsApp, clearly also becomes an opportunity over a period of time, for I think categories and brands to consider. The third and I think more significant point, like I said, is not just about transactions on consumer products in the e-commerce or D2C space, but also the ability to now have a lot more meaningful conversation and content. So just to give you a case in point, very recently, right, I think one of the things that we saw across social media was people missing their, vacations and holidays. And one of the very interesting trends we picked up, is that there's a very clear theme of nostalgia, particularly around, the one thing we know we can't do this year for sure, and in the near future would be travel. And Synthol, one of our iconic brands, being an explorer brand, right, that kind of sort of truly encourages you to go out and, and feel alive and, go to the most unexplored places. We actually built an entire content strategy around it, and an entire community of travelers where we got people, we got some, very known influencers, Cat A, Cat B influencers to come and share their experiences, an amalgamation of all their interesting travels over the year. And we saw some phenomenal response from a purely brand, from a purely consumer brand in terms of the watch time, the average watch time of our content. Right. So very clearly we realize that, people are open to engaging a lot more beyond just the transactional, product benefits and so on. So I think, yes, that's one, I think, area that's definitely emerged.
Thanks for sharing that, Anuja. So what I'm hearing both you, Weber, and also Rohit earlier saying that it's digital all the way. This has a possibility for it to stay in the medium to the long term as well, and it wasn't a short term trend. And Vimal, on that same topic, on on the similar category of FMCGs, I really want to ask you that the FMCG sector in rural and semi-urban India has grown faster in pace than in urban areas. And do you think digital has a play in this segment of customers as well? And if so, how can brands kind of reach out to them? Would you like to share that with us?
Sure. Thanks, Rabina, and good evening to all the panelists. So it's a very interesting question. If I can break it down, there are actually three stakeholders who are trying to accelerate this growth, right, as we speak, in terms of helping penetration or creation of new brands for semi-urban markets. So if I break it down, right, the first trend, obviously, that we have observed during the pandemic situation was that there's a shift in online non-shoppers to online shoppers, right? Before we had only around 30% of online audience actually being e-commerce shoppers, but the pandemic has pushed a lot of people towards adopting e-commerce as platform, right, for the daily purchases or even for consumption upgrade, right? And that's the second trend, right? It's moved from intent-based purchases to more of a consumption upgrade to impulse-based purchases, like as my panelist here was talking about. So there's a gradual shift that's happening in terms of consumer behavior, and more specifically when it comes to consumption upgrade, right? And second, to accelerate this, right, the other two stakeholders are also actively participating in this. If you look at this, if you broadly look at the picture, right, the at-home economy has completely increased. A lot of people are either becoming resellers, right, or brand evangelists, right? So they're either creating content around different products and sharing on the platforms, specifically on our platform too, right? So we are one of the social commerce platforms where a lot of influencers, the share of voice has moved from the mega influencers to down to markets where people are really comfortable to talk in their own language about the product and service and share it with their friends, family, or the close network, and help discovery of new brands, right? New age brands. So even people are now increasingly sharing these catalogs on WhatsApp, right? The reseller economy has also increased during the pandemic situation. So the at-home economy is aiding this. And the second is also the brand creation side of it, right? So a lot of D2C brands today are being created. It's easier to create brands as of today. And they are shunning away the traditional distribution models. And they are now getting in touch with these influencers, regional and local level influencers, to penetrate into these markets, and are also able to create niche solutions at a better pace than traditional FMCGs companies, right? So the mix has become really interesting. Now the consumers have a lot of choice across varied price categories, and the catalog is actually coming to them in the platforms that they're available in. So these kind of kind of changes in terms of digital consumption behavior are only going to accelerate further, right? Because it was first a necessity, now it's become kind of a convenience for users.
Sure, absolutely agree with that. And Yadvinder, now that you're back, I'm going to pose that question to you again, which I was trying to understand earlier. Actually, two questions for you. One is that, I was reading a report and it said that at least globally, amongst the younger audience, less than a third of them actually want to go and even at time of sale, actually go and be physically present there. Do you expect that, change in behavior to happen in India as well? And also, Yadvinder, I want you to talk about, what is your regional or Bharat strategy? There is I think the internet users for the first time in rural areas are more today than in urban areas. So are you making any changes in your digital strategy to reach out to them, and how are you reaching out to them?
Yeah, first of all, my apologies, and that I was not able to connect. And maybe this is also new normal. I have been across many webinars, so sometimes you forget to even unmute yourself and keep on talking and somebody points it out. Very good evening to all the viewers and my co-panelists, as well as good evening to you, Rubina. I was seeing you when you were asking. I was not there. I'm very sorry for that.
No, this is like some of the pedals of digitization.
Yeah. So first, coming about, okay, how what kind of consumer behavior has changed during the pandemic, and then what was a hit and what was a miss for us? Honestly, we all were on virtually on an island of technology trap, because we are talking about keeping the social distance yet coming closer to our intenders or customers. So and there was something which was coming because it was forced on us rather than we were the way we wanted to adopt it so early. So it was the pace which was more of a challenge for all the marketeers, that what we were doing in bits and pieces or in small percentage in terms of adoption of social media, we had to, for some period or a few months, 100% do those activities on social media. And that was the thing which has happened. And while we were doing so, I must say honestly that we still have not completely able to understand, harness the power of social media in terms of business efficiencies. So we are still in the learning mode. And I'm sure that once we proceed further, we will be able to arrive at what is going to be the new normal, because some of the things in marketing, approaching, and even in the auto industry will be coming back to normal, the way it was happening before the pandemic. And certain things for sure will remain as a consumer behavior for years as a trend. Mr. Shashank, who was there as a keynote and delivering a keynote address, mentioned about the phygital nature of the auto business, where the customer is doing some part on digital without coming to the showroom, maybe the research, the search, sharing, and even shortlisting. However, because of the regulation, which is the way the auto business happen, they have to come physically to the showroom to get the vehicle registered and all. Maybe retail finance and insurance, they can still do digitally, but to go to the registration office and all still will happen in the physical form. But the experience of searching, comparing, sharing, and even shortlisting has gone drastically, very high as far as the social media is concerned. So that's why it's very important for all of us to increase our digital footprint. And where we were caught unprepared was in tier 2 or tier 3 kinds of towns, where the dealers' own capability in terms of the social media presence was limited. Maybe they were not having their website, or they were never monitoring their Google kind of ratings. So these were some of the things which were happening and we were able to realize during this pandemic.
That's true. I think many brands were there with the opportunity that existed outside of tier 1 and tier 2 markets, and now yes, there has been huge movement there as well. I completely.
And this is where I want to add that we basically reached out very quickly to our network and sort of guided them how to take care, what to take care, what are the do's and don'ts. And many of them, also started making their website, because website is also where we need to ensure there is a brand standardization in terms of the communication, the creatives, So all those things we quickly have made up, and I'm sure that moving forward, it is going to be a hygiene to be there on the social media, and the marketers will always have a challenge not to get into a trap of considering that it is a cheaper mode of communication. So it will also bring the equal kind of results. I think we are still away from really evaluating. It's not about cheap or expensive. It's about the efficacy of the using this media, and we have to carefully mix and evolve into a new media mix to cater to the challenges of the new normal.
Absolutely. Thank you for saying that. But yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not, I can't agree more. It's not like whether it's cheap or is expensive, but it's the efficacy. That's what one's got to focus on. And Anuja, I want to come back to you and ask you this, staying on the topic of e-commerce. It's evolving a lot on digital, right? Like Yadindra was saying, there are so many opportunities, right? Today, there's social commerce, there's AR, there's voice-enabled commerce, there's hyper-local commerce solutions, which he just talked about. And I just want to ask you that how are you leveraging some of these opportunities, to get to your customer, and how are you looking at omni-channel models? Can you talk us through that, please?
Rubina, I think before I sort of answer your question, I think one thing that's kind of been, a question staring very conventional marketers in conventional categories, right? In their decision on how should they really accelerate their interactions with consumers, has been the tenets that your brand needs to continue to stand for or hold, right? Irrespective of whether that's the offline or the online medium. I think there are two aspects, I'd say, Rubina, that we've been very conscious of sustaining. I think one is authenticity. How authentic are you as a brand in terms of your solutions and in terms of your conversations with the consumer, agnostic to the platforms that you're leveraging. The second is relatability or relevance. I think it's very important, right? There is always this little tendency or this little temptation to try and target, as many people as you could. But given that this platform, one, offers you the ability to go really sharply after a certain segment of consumers, I think there are two things that, we kind of built out as tenets, was to say that, one will be extremely targeted about the kind of users we go to, which is, I think, something that a lot of, I'd say intuitively a lot of brands are now doing. And I think secondly, we kind of build tiers of engagement, right? So consumer segments which have already been a fairly engaged segment, how do we get to the next level of involvement through content, and to the next level of engagement? For consumers, who are in the category but maybe not really yet on the brand, how do I build relevance largely on account of the way they have been searching for category information? So how do I not just put the brand, ahead of the category, but the brand in light of the category to the consumer? So I think we've been fairly brave, I'd say, and I think most marketers have been left with no choice but to, I think, just try, a lot of things. And I think COVID in some sense pushed you into the dark to really try out things. And I think most of us have come out, fairly wiser, I'd say. We've had some failed attempts, but I think we've had a lot of learnings, right, in terms of how consumers are either rejecting or they're fairly accepting of leverage of technology. And the other thing I definitely say, we've been very mindful of has been being respectful of the consumer's privacy, being respectful of the kind of platforms that the consumers might at times feel fairly intimidated to be interacting with the brands on. So I think social commerce, social media and mass social media at large have been platforms that I think one has been, fairly conversant with. But when it comes to, certain other platforms, which I still feel that consumers are not very comfortable, when they receive content from brands, I think it's important that the brands let that personal space be. So those are the kind of tenets that, we've been very careful of. I think the influencer marketing piece is something that I've seen brands in general, do a great job of. And we did a lot of it with our new brand called Protect that we launched in the entire macro hygiene category, where, we actually went in with a lot of vernacular, nano influencers instead of, the kind of macro influencer choices that usually, brands would make. Because we realize that at this point, getting to the consumer through their closest, degree of influencers was most critical. And I think that's really paid off for us as well during this time.
Agree with you, Anuja. I think the points that you made is about targeting, personalization, but also doing it with some sort of balance. And Vaibhav, that brings me to my next point, and I want to ask you and pick your brains on this, that, obviously to win in digital, like Anuja was also talking about, you need first party data. And I know Max Life makes great use of the data that they have. And can you share some learnings from how you have used that data effectively and what your strategy has been?
Thanks, Rubina. That's an interesting one, actually. First, slightly deeper.
I'll just say iProspect does a great job of it.
Absolutely. I mean, there are no two ways about it. There are no two ways about it. Genuinely, there are no two ways about it. And first, slightly deeper pockets to get relevant traffic and CapEx investment is critical. Yeah. So strategy one, align the CFO. Nothing is more important, because without that, nothing works. You need a lot of smart CapEx, right? If you really want to use first party data. I mean, people end up thinking, let's get into prospecting, but guess what? You need more CapEx than OpEx actually to get the first party data right. So, what's happening with cookies, Rubina, is a huge opportunity for brands and marketers. Opportunity comes from mastering this first party data and really turning it into a competitive advantage. A better customer experience, better data. I mean, brands, we need to understand that individuals and audience patterns, the channel interactions and their role in the customer journey, what customers want and when they want it. I mean, in every case, the first party data from real customers is going to be the most powerful and useful. I mean, for us, first party data really is about most honest path to understanding consumers, most powerful for campaign lift, and the highest ROI data source. Nothing beats first party data, but and really, frankly, our strategy is not very complex. It's reasonably simple. It's backed on three elements: structural, integration, and deeper in value chain. Structural, very important. And I keep on emphasizing that every time I talk to anyone. Engineering has become core to marketing. Let's accept it. You cannot have your digital analytics team anywhere but within the marketing shop. Please do not make that mistake that, the digital analytics has to sit in an analytics team or has to sit into, let's say, MIS team. No ways. So that's very important. The modern day marketing leaders need to accept technology. I mean, not just in letter, but in spirit. So, we have as MacLife, invested heavily in the MarTech tools and the capabilities required to best leverage these tools. In MaxLife, the product manager or the technology team scorecard is almost, a replica of the digital marketing team scorecard and vice versa. So, something as simple as session to lead or session to quote is not just, the marketing team's KPI, it's as well as the engineering team's KPI. So, that's aligning the whole goal sheet is a way of life for us at MaxLife. We've been on this journey for last, 24 months. So the first strategy really is to get the structure and structural right. We are in the process right now. Integration is the second part of the strategy. Getting the distributed first party data together is very important. And, when I say that, I am not referring to getting large DMPs. No, I don't think, I mean, at least at our scale, we do not need that is the way I think about it. But really, actionable intelligence. It could be this data is distributed, but we all need this into an action, bias for action APIs to pick the relevant information from all systems. So the first party data is not just your pixel data. It's also what your call center executive is talking with the customer. It is also the number of times the call got connected. It is also once the customer got onboarded, what was the welcome call and how did the customer interact with you on that welcome call? It is also once the policy is issued, how did the customer actually over the next 3 to 6 months, interacted with the brand? So, all these data, have to be considered as first party data and from a marketing perspective, So integrating these data items, that's a challenge, I can tell you. I mean, it sounds really interesting and easy, but it is very difficult and we are finding it out with so many systems. It's not that easy, but we're on it. And that's a challenge, at least I put up to myself and my team. And, the third part of our strategy is going deeper in the value chain. It's very critical to leverage the learning and insight for journey modification and testing. And, the real value of the first party data is that it allows you to move deeper into the value chain to send an optimization signal. So I mean, we've been on this journey, and Rubina, thanks to iProspect, they've been our partners all throughout this journey, starting from traffic to lead, optimizing for quotations, optimizing for sales. Then now we're optimizing for value. I mean, recently we've just deployed an experiment on how can we optimize on profit per pixel. That's something that we are trying. I hope it succeeds, and eventually lifetime value. I mean, that's the point of arrival for any brand, really. How can you optimize your signals for a long customer lifetime value? So first party, there's nothing, no more potent source of data than this. So really our strategy is about having the right structure and building capabilities, getting the integrations in place, and going deeper in the value chain. That's what it is about.
Thanks, for sharing that, Vaibhav. And yes, that's the way to go. You have to integrate the organization, you have to integrate your data, and you have to go deeper in the value chain. I think that holds true for all brands. And I think somewhere, it also works with customers. Today's customers, are really expecting a deep level of personalization, and unless you do these things, you can't offer personalization to them. But Rohit, I want to ask you this, going back to Anuja's point that she made earlier, on personalization, that while at one end customers want personalization, but how do you draw the line between personalization and privacy? How do you kind of get that fine balance? Rohit, you want to come in here?
So I think, personalization, what I feel is critical. I think, combined with some level of creative and innovative messaging, or, probably targeting, is definitely going to matter, right? I think, previously in this discussion itself, before, I think Vaibhav had called out that dishwasher queries kind of saw like a 10x growth, right? But I think I definitely feel that, while those queries have increased because there was no option of getting maids, but I think, even later when you kind of, there are moments, and when you reach out with the messaging, you do have a power backup, right? When the electricity goes off, so you might want to have a dishwasher still, right? When the maid is not there. So I think all of this is kind of, going to matter. And I think, all of that, bringing that part together, right, I think is important in the time to come. Now, basically, how much personalization is too much personalization, right? So basically, how do you draw that line is, I think, the motto should be that, personalization is aimed at delighting the user experience and probably create a better digital experience, for the users itself, right? And I think there have been valid concerns in terms of, privacy has arisen, making it critical for consumers, to be educated. So basically, I think, giving that power back to the consumers is what is needed. Personalization can, while significantly improve life, and the overall experience, but I think that power should lie with the user or the consumer, right? Some people might be okay with it, some people might not be. And then I think brands and publishers have to be totally mindful in terms of, how they're leveraging data, whether it's first party or third party. Definitely not using, personally identifiable information, which is the PII. So they should not leverage it. And I think an ecosystem shift will happen, or is required, right? I would say, to build that, atmosphere of trust, where, kind of, users value what the brands are trying to recommend, and having that mutual trust that it is kind of, helping to solve for the overall experience. So I think, yeah, that is where, which will still take time for us to reach, but I think that is going to be a sweet spot, and that is where, everyone should aim at kind of going and targeting.
Yeah, there's still a young industry, and I think if you're cognizant of the fact, as an industry together, I'm sure we'll maintain the right balance. That's my hope. Vimal, I know we are running short of time, but I want to ask you one last question. Is that, what are some of the challenges that you see in the current digital ecosystem, and what do you think needs improvement?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. I mean, if you look at the evolution, right, in terms of, if I specifically talk from the point of view of a consumer, they're getting used to a lot of rich multimedia-led consumption, right? Digitally, when they come online, it's moved from text to picture to videos, and now verticalized videos, right? And this is accelerating the mobile-first consumption. Now, so what's happening right now is, when we started in 2018, right, as video platform, we moved from a picture-based platform to a video-based platform. So we had issues with having a evolving CDN ecosystem in India, right, to enable this rich multimedia consumption on mobile phones, right? And even the mobile phones were being upgraded. But I think at this point of time, it's just accelerated. The CDNs have really picked up in terms of having their edge servers across the country, and people today are able to pick up these videos, verticalized videos on their mobile phones, and are able to consume content. When I say content, today we are able to quickly consume news to anything lifestyle within a minute or so, right? And and everything's on your fingertip right now. So, but what I see is the next set of challenge in the next 5 years coming forward. The conversations, they've moved from few to many to many to many, right? So you had broadcasting, right, and scheduled time, but now it's going to be democratized, and it's going to become many to many, and then soon you'll also have these one-to-one conversations happening on mobile first. So I know with the enrollment of 5G, this is just going to accelerate. But what's going to be very interesting is this is going to create unique digital opportunities for brands and at-home economy, right? People will be introduced to new products, services online, and the payments infrastructure is going to allow for quick purchases. So there are still a lot of infra-led challenges when it comes to tier 2+ cities, because if you see, if you look at the pyramid, right, the India 2, where typically the spending power is between $1,400 to $1,500 a year, their cumulative TAM is around $300 billion. That is twice the first 50 internet million users in India. So they are coming online, but the infrastructure has to be ready for them. It's getting ready. It's going to take a good significant investment. But once they start coming online, the faster the push, the greater it's going to be to the entire digital economy, right? In terms of spend, in terms of discovery, right, of products and services online. So we are witnessing this trend because we are in the space of again, social commerce. We have more than 50,000 key opinion leaders across all languages creating content for products and services, right? And they earn anything between 50,000 to around 25 lakhs annum just by talking about a product and services, right? And talking to their network about these products and services, right? So all, I think infra, getting ready for that infra, pushing more investment into this infra will be kind of a key challenge, but I think we'll be there.
Yeah, I agree. It's a challenge currently, Vimal, but I also think, like Yadvinder said earlier, that, now that, I think as an industry, everybody's looking at that segment, I think it will get solved for faster than it would have otherwise. So, I'm positive that we'll move fairly quickly, we'll move fairly quickly in that space as well. So keeping my fingers crossed on that. We are almost running out of time. I could have continued this conversation with you, but I'm not going to let my panel go till I do my infamous rapid fire. This is the coffee with Karan style, or I should say coffee with Rubina style. And I urge you to give me honest, candid answers and short, one word or maximum 3-4 words, one sentence, not more than one sentence allowed. And the winner gets coffee with me. Okay, so are we ready? Let's go. So let's start. They say ladies first. So starting with you, Anuja. Digital or retail?
Digital.
Woo, nice. Okay, what percentage of your spends will go on digital this year?
20.
20. You say digital and 20, not good. Okay, but I'll take that. Okay, out of the big three, rate in order of preference: Google, Facebook, Amazon.
Pass.
No, not allowed. You have to answer it.
I'd say Amazon.
And then?
I'd say Amazon, Google, Facebook.
Okay, I would have expected that. Okay, this one is a personal one. Your preferred mode of communication: email, WhatsApp, phone calls?
Phone calls.
Okay, that was honest. Thank you, Anuja. You did very well. Bimal, we'll go with you next. Okay. So what is the current focus of marketers, India or Bharat?
Bharat.
Is it? Okay, interesting. Okay, UGC or curated content?
UGC.
Okay, which part of digital spends will rise faster? Marketing or marketing automation?
Marketing automation.
Marketing automation. Again, a personal one. Something new that you've used digital for maybe last year, which you never used it for earlier?
Oh, well, Zoom.
Okay, yeah.
We all
That's
face
the
to
obvious
face.
one. I'll take it, but I was hoping for a more interesting answer, but I'll take that as an answer. Okay. Yadvinder, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Honda electric two-wheelers in 18 months. Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. Follow-up questions not allowed, so I'm not going to ask you when. But for your business in the long run, is it going to be largely digital or largely a retail model?
Increased amount of digital now, 25% or so.
Yay. That's good. Google or Facebook?
Yeah, G. Gray area.
Okay. Personal one. Online panels or in-person panels?
In question.
In person, yeah. Same.
In person.
Thank you. Thank you. Vaibhav, you're familiar with this, that I do this always. So, you ready?
Absolutely.
Okay. Digital for immediate objectives or for mid and long-term objectives?
Mid and long-term objectives, for sure.
Nice. Good to hear that. Very encouraging. Marketing automation. Is it the role of the CMO or the CTO?
CMO, 100% CMO now.
Fantastic. What percentage of your spends will go in digital this year?
We've always been 50 plus, yeah. Looks like another year of 50% plus for sure.
Fabulous. This one is a personal one again. One thing you don't like about digital?
Oh, that's a very tough one. Yeah, I have.
Personally you do, or something that irritates you, or
the digital medium, I can say about the medium. Yeah, I do not like doing annual reviews or quarterly reviews on digital medium. Yeah, it's so irritating. I mean, you like to be there right in the meeting room when you do these, especially performance appraisal. It's impossible to do. I mean, how are you guys doing it? I'll possibly call you guys and find out. I mean, it becomes really difficult, and you can't even switch off the camera. So yeah, performance reviews digital, no ways, can't do.
I agree. Thank you for that honest share. Rohit, yeah, your turn next. Which part of digital spends will rise faster? Marketing or marketing automation?
Marketing automation.
Okay. Second one, favorite metric for digital marketers?
I think LTV, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. Top 3 trends for 2021, digital trends.
I think content, UGC or curated. So I think that is one. Second is video, which is again mobile first probably, and then third would be the next set of users, which is coming from the tier 2, tier 3. So vernacular would be another.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. And a personal one, which is your favorite social media? Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. What do you use most?
LinkedIn all the time. So.
Okay, thank you. All of you, I think, are winners. You were very candid, very honest, and gave me short and sweet answers. So soon I hope we can meet up soon and have a cup of coffee together. But thank you so much for joining me on the panel. I really enjoyed this conversation, and I hope you had fun too. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you, Rubina. Thank you for steering that interesting conversation. And thank you to all our panelists for taking out the time and sharing your insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies
Khyati, I think you're on mute.
So ladies and gentlemen, yes, let me remind all of you that you can join our online conversation using the hashtag Dentsu e4m report. Sorry, it is the time of digital mishaps. So here I was on mute, but let me inform all of you that you can join the conversation using the hashtag Dentsu e4m report. Do answer, Rubina, some of rapid fire questions there. Tell us which have been your favorite social media platforms that you interact on the most, or your digital trends forecasting for the year 2021. Before we move ahead, let me thank our presenting partner, Verizon Media, programmatic made simpler. Can we please showcase their audio visual?
Verizon Media's audience is bigger than 97 New York cities, bigger than every sports event last year combined, bigger than the population of North America, connecting 200 billion cross-screen data signals daily to bring you a DSP with direct relationships at its core that delivers 71% higher average conversion rates than third-party segments, and identity that goes way beyond the cookie. Let's put our data to work for you. Harness the power of insights to reach the people you want, wherever they go. Digital out of home, connected TV, audio, native. Through unique omni-channel opportunities you can't find anywhere else. Put your brand at the center of it all with the click of a button. Our centralized planning and management tools help you captivate audiences anywhere.
Thank you once again to Verizon Media. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, our next speaker always believed in the incredible power of early childhood learning and harnessing the natural curiosity and creativity of kids. He founded White Hat Jr. in 2018 with a vision of making children creators of technology rather than being passive consumers of it. In August 2020, he joined hands with Byju's, the world's most valuable edtech company, to further accelerate his vision. He continued to lead the company post-acquisition as well. He is a striving yogi who believes in keeping it simple, is a minimalist, and views modern life through a yogic prism. He took a sabbatical in 2013 and backpacked across South America and Central Asia with his wife and spent most of the year in forest ashrams and silent meditation retreats. He's also an acclaimed novelist and has written 3 best-selling novels so far published by HarperCollins India and Penguin Random House. A graduate of IIM Bangalore, he has earlier served as the CEO for Discovery Inc. South Asia. He's been associated with companies like P&G, BCG, and Kraft Foods Group in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Karan Bajaj, CEO and founder of Junior, who's going to be in conversation with Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder Exchange for Media Group. They will be discussing on driving business outcomes in a digital-first world. It's my privilege to please welcome Mr. Bajaj and Mr. Ahuja on screen. Very warm welcome to both of you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy, and good to see you, Karan. It's been a while since we have met. Hopefully the pandemic will be behind us soon and we'll be able to catch up for a coffee, as Rubina was saying. And for those of you watching, thank you for being here today at today's program. As you know, this is the last session of the day. As every year, we team up with one of the world's largest advertising groups, the Dentsu Ages Group, to unveil the Digital Advertising Outlook of the Year report. And this year's report has been momentous in many ways than one. Digital advertising has continued to leapfrog while disruption happened due to COVID in the Indian advertising industry and the global advertising industry. Advertising spends degrew across the board, and digital kept leapfrogging. So in many ways, it's been an inflection point for what's happened in the digital domain. And it's not just digital marketing, digital advertising. Digital adoption in the economy has gone up multi-fold. I read a tweet in the morning from Amitabh Kant, which said UPI transactions in this country have hit another milestone of, I think, 100 billion transactions. And that's a huge leap given that they've made this journey, this huge journey in just a matter of 3 years. So the future really holds a lot of promise. Yesterday, I was having a chat with the India MD of Pidilite, who was telling me how their B2B part of the business which involves a lot of carpenters, masons, and the blue-collar workforce is now so glued on. They are meeting through Zoom. They're doing Google Meet, interactions. So that's a sea change from where we had primarily in India the educated class adopting digital to now going down the entire way of the value system. Thank you, Karan, for joining us. Very happy to have a young entrepreneur today in this session. I will come to what you've done with White Hat Junior in such a short span of time. I was reading somewhere you spoke about you've tried 5 things in life and 3 of them failed, 2 worked, or 3 worked and 2 failed. So tell me, as an entrepreneur, failure in a culture which only celebrates success, what's the mantra of handling failure? And your coding platform also talks about training kids for the future and getting them ready, software ready, coding ready. As a father, I also think that failure is one of the important lessons kids should teach. So as an entrepreneur, what have you learned from failure?
It's a very good question, Naval. So anyway, pleasure to see you, firstly. I would say my biggest learning is that I think good entrepreneurs just show up every day, right? So I think when I show up every day, I think most days I know I'm not I think the trick is just in showing up every day, because there'll be lots of ups. There's just tremendous downs, and it doesn't end, right? Like I've been through the dream exit for people. After that, also there's been a spurt, a spurt of ups and downs that I've followed since. So I think my typical mantra is that if you just show up every day, I think most people give up in the middle somewhere. Because it gets so relentless and so hard. But if you just show up every day, then eventually every wall breaks and you keep moving forward. So I've lived through these journeys before, and I think anybody who's going into any creative field, and you are also obviously an entrepreneur and in a creative field, you need to you just need to accept that the odds in a creative field of success are very hard. And I've experienced it myself. I've written 3 novels, launched a TV channel with Discovery, started my own company. I think, as I said, 5. If I look at the last decade, these 5 endeavors have taken up almost my last decade, and the ratio of success has been probably 1 or 2 out of these 5, right? So and you have to accept that that's the nature of building anything from scratch. That more often than not, the world doesn't need a new thing, and it'll be rejected. But when it works well. So I think my mantra is that show up. Focus on the input. Don't think about the output too much. And eventually, if your input is good, then the output will come your way. If not in the first year, then maybe in the 10th year. But you just keep showing up, and that's how I think about it. Yeah.
Well said, Karan. And as you are a yogi yourself, don't get too attached to the outcome. Do your job, right?
Yeah, just focus on the input. Yeah.
And to just show up when things are not going for you, to kind of draw that well of motivation from inside you. I think that's also a kind of difficult part. It's easy to say to show up, but there are days when things are so down that, and as statistics tell us, for every successful White Hat Junior, there are perhaps 10 or 20 failed ventures who never made it to the headlines anywhere.
Correct, absolutely.
So tell us, Karan, last year has been a year of disruption for economy. Of course, digital businesses have benefited from the disruption. Adoption has gone up, usage has gone up. You worked across consumer businesses before White Hat Junior, across industries with Kraft, with Procter & Gamble, brick and mortar businesses, and you have a very good view of what's happened in the Indian business, ecosystem. Which are the companies for you which have been standout in terms of their response to the pandemic? What do you think that some of the Indian companies have done where they've really turned a challenge into a huge opportunity? Because disruption in business, we are really truly living in the VUCA world, so to say. We have been in the last 10, 15, 20 years. So what are the kind of companies that have come to your notice?
Overall, I've been incredibly impressed by how people have acted. So I've been obviously in the entrepreneurial bubble. So I've looked at entrepreneurial, like my fellow entrepreneurs, much more closely. We immediately, as soon as the pandemic hit in March and we were all offline, it kind of emerged that there would be some sectors like EdTech, for example, which in a way benefited from that. And people who were in the EdTech sector leveraged that opportunity to say that, look, this is the first time that a lot of people can sample EdTech. And I think almost everybody, right, from Beju to Vedantu to us to Unacademy, I think everybody I looked at in the EdTech sector was figuring out that in this very exceptional period, how do we get more users to sample our very high quality products? So that was, and people did various things to do that. On the other hand, I was also very impressed with people who were like, even in the travel and tourism entrepreneurs who were obviously very negatively hit. I saw immediately everybody reining in on costs, using that time to really conserve capital. And in a startup, cash is oxygen, right? If you have cash in your bank, then you have opportunities to experiment a lot, pivot, turn, keep taking more. Like this is such a hard journey that you have to take many swings before you kind of hit the home run, if you will. So more cash allows you to take more swings, and I think I saw people adapt incredibly quickly to that. Focus on their cash reserves, knew that one day things would get better again, and cash would allow them to take more swings. So overall, I would say maybe it's the nature of the entrepreneurial life that people are extremely flexible to, are generally people who are very comfortable with ambiguity. And I saw that people reacted to the ambiguity very, very quickly, both on the people who were benefiting from it, like us, or the people who were being hit by it.
Yes, and you saw many companies using the opportunity, and in a year when everybody thought that businesses will take kind of a backseat in terms of driving growth, new product launches this way went through the roof. You saw so many companies innovating, FMCG companies. The sanitizer category has just gone through the roof in terms of how many products were launched.
Very true, exactly. I think same with us. I think we similar, I guess, to the sanitizer category in a different world. But we knew that people were sampling at tech. And I think a lot of us were very inspired by the mission also at that time. I remember very clearly in April when we had shut down offices, and it was very hard to run the business, even though people wanted to. For example, in White Hat Junior's case, there is a live online session. There is one teacher connected to one student and they're doing coding. On paper, that looks wonderful that during the pandemic, kids are at home, teachers are at home. But the reality was that if in order for example, to a White Hat Junior ecosystem to work, when you get new teachers onto the platform, we upgrade their internet so that they are able to operate with large bandwidth and take classes. Then we have call centers running so that if there is a problem with kids in the class, then like a call center agent can come and solve the technical issues. During the pandemic, all of this was closed, right? Like we could not get physical internet upgraded was a problem. Getting all call centers were starting to shut down because of at least for the first few months, there were a lot of bans and stuff. And I think I remembered very clearly that there was a period of time when I said that, look, it's like we have to make this work, right? We are among the rare industries or companies that are adding jobs in this period. And I went from pre-pandemic, we had about 1,000 teachers on the platform. We were like a 15-month-old company. We had 1,000 teachers on the platform, 300, 400 employees. But when we, like at the pandemic, I almost felt it was a moral responsibility for companies and industries who were doing well to really accelerate, because we could create jobs and we could reverse the decline. And I think that kind of like motivation really helped us live through lots of ups and downs as we scaled. We added teachers, we created a lot of hacks around how we could get internet upgraded in different, keep call centers running from home, set up an entire online infrastructure, support as well to keep accelerating the growth. And obviously the company grew very significantly during that period because we were very guided by that sense of mission that companies like us should be creating jobs and employment right now.
Very, very important for businesses to keep in mind while you're chasing top line and bottom line growth, the people factor, because eventually that's the asset, especially for service companies. Make sure that you're contributing very positively to economic growth in the society, individual growth, and the growth with equality. Karan, you worked with multinationals in India and outside India, and every company worth its salt wants to groom entrepreneurs, right? Everybody wants team members who are entrepreneurs, who have an entrepreneurial mindset, who are go-getters. What do you think when it comes to large corporation? What are the things, 2-3 things that you think stop from people taking a more entrepreneurship role?
Very good question. As I'm trying to reflect on what differentiates the because I've seen attempts at Procter & Gamble, Discovery, all excellent companies at setting up the intrapreneur structure versus the obviously being an entrepreneur completely on the outside. I think 2 things happen. The biggest, I would say, the first and biggest difference is that in the entrepreneurial journey, the cord that connects the VC to the entrepreneur is actually quite thin. It's not a very thick cord. So what happens is that the entrepreneur is given, like the venture capitalists, contrary to the popular belief, right? I worked like now with like Nexus and Omi, they were my original investors. Then Owl came into the mix. Along the way, I obviously met every venture capitalist during my fundraising process. I felt overall that the venture capital manages business with a very light touch. So in the end, the full accountability, you live and die by the entrepreneur's vision. I think in large companies, really creating that versus the very tight kind of cord to the center. The tight cord to the center never allows that complete ownership and accountability and the live and die spirit that an entrepreneur has, knowing that, look, he has to pay salaries by the end of this month, so he has to get the revenue in, and he has to manage the cash, or he or she has to manage the revenue and the cash. So you live like, like, especially when I raised my first capital was $1 million. Then at $1 million, you're just like hanging by the thread, right? You need to, and vice versa. I think the accountability completely lies on you. With big companies, I think there's a bit of a cushion, and the link to that center is too tight. So if big companies really want to do like the entrepreneurship model, then they have to, like really keep the cord very light and keep the budgets tight, keep the cord light, and truly let the entrepreneur flourish and be themselves.
There's a very thin line between sort of creating a culture which encourages risk taking versus something that creates insecurity, right? And to find that right balance is very, very important, and I think that's where good companies really get it right.
Correct, absolutely.
Make
you're,
sure
you're very well articulated.
To their limit, and at the same time they are secure about the fact that even if they make mistakes, they're not going to be left hanging. I think
a startup that becomes a large company typically would have that spirit, like probably an Amazon or something, because the entrepreneurs are used to losing the shirt off their back, right? And typically a CEO is not used to that. They always have a safety net. That's right. That's why it's very hard for larger companies to compete with entrepreneurs in their spaces, because they're used to losing it all, getting back up again, which I think typically in a large company, that cushion, like you're insulated from the depth of the fall a little bit. So I think like companies with an entrepreneurial DNA, they are much more comfortable creating those environments where people can comfortably take risks because they have seen the complete losing everything and getting it back again. Yeah.
Yes, Karan, 2020 was the year when you significantly scaled up, and then the pandemic also happened. So you were kind of sort of driving two cars at the same time. One, managing the disruption that was happening in the general economy, and also significantly scaling up your business. And in the meanwhile, also presumably talks or Byju's were on in terms of what was going on. Do you think this pandemic has changed the role of an entrepreneur or the head of the company in any manner? Are there any new elements of the job that have got added which wouldn't have been there pre 2020?
Yes, I think, again, very, very good question, Aval, because I've been reflecting on this. I think the number one change that would happen is we have all been forced to think much more deeply about culture, articulating values. This was always important, right? Traditionally has always been important. But what I saw was that, especially in a young company like ours, because I started in late 2018, technically left Discovery in February, March 2019. So the company was only 1 year old pre-pandemic. Even when your values, your cultures, your mission is not explicitly articulated, and in the first year you're trying to survive, so you barely put things like these down on paper. Because you live it every day, people can see you, and you walk around the office as a CEO, as the leaders of the organization. That culture osmosis is very strong. I think in the pandemic, all of us learned, and we scaled from 300 to 5,000 plus people in 8 months, right? During the pandemic, we were like scaling very rapidly from 1,000 to almost 11,000 teachers. So we went from like an organization which was almost on a first name basis to like a very large disparate organization. And I think we all learned during this period the incredible importance of being able to create mechanisms where you are doing a cultural osmosis in a very deep way. And because you can't rely on the physical, physical life alone to do that. So that, I think, would be the CEO as a culture champion is probably the one role which I think I also took a little while, like embracing overall. But that would be probably the most significant change.
Very important. Culture is what eventually defines the brand and how consumers look at the company. Tell us, Karan, it's been now 2018, October 2018 is when you started this company. It's been 2.5 years. It's been relatively a short journey when you talk about the age of a corporation. When you start a new company, obviously the first few months, a year or two is spent uh, base, just managing survival. And there is a very strong urge, temptation, tendency to scale up versus get money in place quickly versus how quickly do you go to the market. So how do you find the right balance between these three seemingly contradictory approaches where you also have to get the product, you have to create a bare minimum scale for you to be able to attract enough investor interest, for consumers, a decent mass of consumers to be able to like you. So what are the lessons that entrepreneurs can learn from this kind of approach, since you've done that in a short period of time?
Again, Naval, very, very, very thoughtful question. I think there are two things that I've learned overall now, after if I reflect on the last couple of years. The first is that this whole idea that your product should be 10 times, 10x better than the alternative in the market is very critical. Until you've hit that point where the product is 10 times better than the alternative, you should not press the scaling button. Because quickly what happens is that if you have a moderately better product or an equal product to the alternative, then what you start to realize is that the spend on user acquisition is very high because users are not talking about the product to other people. And as a result, the positive effect of virality, which leads to marginal cost of acquisition decreasing, as a result, scaling with not proportionally raising funds exorbitantly, becomes very hard to get that positive virtuous cycle going. So what I've seen is that when people lose that patience, that before the 10x product, just because they're funding, they start to scale, that immediately burns a big hole in the pocket, and immediately, and in a startup, right, 1 month could lead to a shutdown. So I think the first learning is that you should always have a 10x better product. In my case, with coding, for example, and I look at two different products, right? The first product we launched was coding. Since there was no physical alternative, since there was no reference set, what we provided was a very big wow for the parents and the kids, because they had a live one-on-one teacher. They had a very creative curriculum. All of EdTech before that was focused on test preparation, mathematics, science. And here there was something in which kids were building and creating things, really enjoying the delight of being a consumer, by being a creator, a teacher who was like very specially connected to them one-on-one. So that was a very good 10x experience. So since there was a wow, we were able to scale very rapidly with very little acquisition, because people were talking about the product. Everybody was talking about the White Hat Junior at that time, and it was growing very fast. When I look at Maths, for example, which we've just launched, it was a very different approach. We spent almost 9 months researching the product before launching it, because Maths was a very busy category, and we wanted to make sure that whatever we launched in Maths was 10 times superior than anything in the market. So I think one principle is that until you have a 10x product, you should not scale. And second thing, which I've also learned here, is that the skill set required from 0 to 1, 1 to 100, and now 100 to 1,000, very distinct skill sets. What in 0 to 1, you are focused on a 10x product. 1 to 100, you are focused on scaling business systems. For the leader to go from like product leadership to actually scaling business systems, they have to be very good at setting teams who can complement their product skills with business system setup. And then I realized now the 100 to 1,000 journey is actually all about scaling a culture. And that again requires the leader to wear a completely different hat. So you go from a very product business model hat to a business scaler, a business systems hat, to like a completely human resources oriented culture hat. And the leader has to just kind of quickly, keep turning those hats, and any gap in that, and you'll see that the organization takes a step back. And I think that's what every entrepreneur has to. Unfortunately, for me, that journey just compressed in very quick periods of time, and I was always playing catch up a couple of months ago. But if people had 5 years, I would plan that out a little bit better.
Fantastic. So tell us, where does Byju's come in this third phase of journey, so to say, where you're scaling up the 1,000x, so to say. You have aspirations, you have plans to take this global, go to other parts of the world. So how does kind of Byju complement or fit into this plan, beyond, of course, providing the funds to fund money to for what you want to do?
Yeah, so I think Naval, I mean, I would say like I'll just from a story perspective, right? I think I think there's a pivotal moment in the company. I remember when like 6 months or 7 months into the company, there was a 9-year-old in Assam who created an anti-bullying app. She didn't know coding. She took Whitehead Junior. Then she saw bullying in her school. She created an anti-bullying app, which actually worked to a large degree. And I remember then that I had this very clear moment that we had created something which was a bit bigger than ourselves. Earlier, I'd meant for it to be a coding platform, but then I realized that uh, only an Indian company could have put together this model of a creative curriculum supplemented with a one-on-one teacher who actually allows the kid to express their creativity fully. Because that was as I said, there is a very unique demographic difference in India, in which 50% of college educated, 50% of women, 50 in college, 50% of representation is with women, and in the workforce, only 20% of women are present. Every year, India is losing this huge, very educated, qualified workforce to, which and any country that's losing this highly qualified workforce is not gonna be able to actualize its potential, right? So we were able to take those women, and they became teachers, which were the heart of the whole platform. So I realized then that this very unique model of a teacher who's allowing individually to help a kid express his whole creative potential, which can never be done in a one-to-many school setting, right? And so we were almost creating a parallel school, which was about individualization, customization, personal learning journeys, personal outcomes. And I realized that, look, if you approached any subject like that beyond coding, like math, science, English, your relationship of the kid with the subject would change forever, right? They would think of a way of the subject as a way of expressing themselves. And then I knew from my own example that there were 1,000 such women in India who can become teachers for kids all over the world. When we launched in the US, the product was very successful. So I realized there was a very unique generational opportunity to take this powerful workforce in India and create these excellent creative curriculum for kids all over the world. When I had this feeling around the same time, that's the time we scaled up, and around the same time when the Bejus discussion happened, I felt that everything I wanted to accomplish on my own would be much, much faster with Bejus. They were global in their presence. They were subject matter experts in education, which my team was slowly building the skill set for. And I felt that, look, multiple categories could be disrupted with this almost parallel education system, which is about individualized learning, and be tremendous impact on kids in the world, as well as create teaching jobs in India at a very large scale. So I felt like this kind of an impact, it's too small for me to think of. I should do it independently and I'll go on it on my own. Like especially at my age, I don't think any entrepreneur is thinking like that, right? They're thinking that, look, I have an idea, let me which is very impactful. Let thousands of people experience that. So I felt like with Bejus that could happen much faster because they were very present internationally, very deep subject matter experts, deeper than we were. And with Beju, I sensed the same very boundaryless vision of the world that I had. I always felt like the world was very boundaryless. My life was a bit like that. I had traveled and lived in various places. My wife was not Indian. I'd always felt that the world in itself is very boundaryless. So with Beju, I recognize the same feeling. But look, an Indian edtech company with this powerful women education force and this very creative curriculum should reach kids all over the world. So I felt like doing it on my own is a very small objective in comparison to doing it larger, faster, and that's how I felt that the Bejus deal would be good for the company.
One of the sort of undervalued aspects of edtech businesses is the contribution they make to society. Which is not entirely possible to quantify in terms of money value, especially in a country like India where education is still the privilege of people who have money, who don't have full access to private education, and to be able to contribute to that story to democratize education, so to say, is a very, very important contribution to the society. Yes, these are highly valued companies. The owners, the entrepreneurs have sort of done well for themselves monetarily, but that doesn't take away from the fact the contribution that these companies are making to the sort of movement forward in the society. I remember last year Ravindran Baiju was the recipient of the Impact Person of the Year award, and I remember talking to him about it, how softer aspect of edtech business kind of never gets fully highlighted. As culturally we are enamored by commercial success, and that part really comes under spotlight. Karan, tell us, when we were all growing up in this country 30, 40, 30 years back, uh, economic growth was primarily being driven by the large metro cities, and that story has changed. It's interesting you mentioned about this girl from Assam who created a app about bullying, and we've seen this in the last 20 years. You look at sectors like auto, FMCG, mobile services. A lot of growth has come from what we call non-metro, the Bharat, the semi-rural, the semi-urban, and rural areas. Tech companies, by nature, of course, you start with metro areas and then you percolate down. And edtech is kind of the next frontier. You are you already seeing a lot of adoption for your kind of platforms coming from smaller centers, and how does it pan out, say, for the next 2 3 years? Do you go global before you go completely kind of penetrate into the rural areas of India?
No, very good question. So currently for Whitehead Junior, 60 to 65% of the users are coming from outside the top 15 cities. So we, surprisingly enough, because when I started the company, everybody said that coding is very niche. It's only for the upper income, and that was the natural bias in the beginning, I think, overall. But what we saw very quickly was that if there was one kid from Jammu who signed, suddenly we would see within 10 days, there would be 70, 80 kids from Jammu who signed up, because the word of mouth factor in in smaller centers was very, very high. Sikkim, somebody we had one or two kids in Sikkim take up, and suddenly we would see 350, 400 kids from Sikkim suddenly, right? So we saw that the word of mouth spread was very, very high. And the aspirations, the dreams, the discerning power of good education, equal, completely equal, right? So they are able to look at it and say, this is powerful. And then the ability of tech, right? What we had was very early, we built on a vernacular matching algorithm. So if a student from Tamil Nadu signs, our tech reads it, that they're coming from Tamil Nadu, and they connect them to a Tamil teacher so that she can switch between English and vernacular very quickly. Now, today, almost 25 to 30% of our classes daily are happening in the vernacular language. 25% of the classes are happening with, because we are able to connect with tech, the Tamil student to the Tamil teacher. And we are seeing about 20 to 25% of our classes happening in vernacular every day. So I would say the depth for us was not like a linear journey that you saturated the metros first and then went to the non-metros. Almost organically, since it was the internet, people signed up, our ecosystem was people signed up for a free trial. Then there would be a teacher who met them, and then there would be a class, and then they would decide to become paid users. We saw almost immediately a very, very good pickup from non-metros, almost immediately. I remember the first few months itself, we saw very good traction there. So I always thought of it as a bit of an and. We didn't have to customize anything to go deeper in India. As we go broader in the world, also surprisingly enough, I would say EdTech, the other part of EdTech is it was very universal. At least our model was very universal. We had, when I'd first launched in the US, everybody had told me once again that Indian companies don't do well in the US without a lot of cash reserves and stuff. And I was just on my first round of funding. So, but off the gate, the Indian teachers were very well received in the US with American kids. So I think American kids, same teachers are teaching Mumbai kids as they're teaching kids in Sikkim, in Gangtok, as they're teaching kids in New York City. And it's very universal. The love and empathy and compassion of a teacher, the creativity of a curriculum, these are very universal things, which I think should be, like, it's very inspiring for any entrepreneur who's planning an edtech future, that it is actually a very boundaryless global world.
Very interesting, because that also ensures that it democratizes the sort of access to
Correct.
education.
Access to education.
Culturally, for society as a large, makes a huge difference in the long run. And I think that's one of the things that has kind of held the potential of this country back, which is democratic access to education to anybody who wants it. I think EdTech really plays a huge part in that. Karan, let me come to some interesting marketing parts of what White Hat Junior has done. There's been this traditional theory about digital, that it's more a lead generation, ROI driven medium. What I've seen White Hat doing is you created a brand by primarily using digital as a medium. You are yourself naturally a digital company, but we live in an era where digital companies invest huge amounts of money in television, print, and other media. But White Hat Junior has been a very different example. I think it's been a unique example where you've shown that by using just digital media, you are able to build a brand, and you don't need to use digital just for all ROI and lead generation programs. Was it conscious? Was it driven by lack of larger budgets to do television?
Yeah, necessity is the mother of invention. No, but I had a very strong belief in the digital medium from the beginning. So I always felt that like a great product with a with a efficient user mechanism like digital, and then digital also allows, I would say there is a lot of talk about paid digital, Facebook advertising, Google advertising, etc. But what digital also allows is this very unique opportunity to share and refer and have all of these organic hacks to get people to tell other people if they like something. So I think we leverage those very efficiently, I would say. Overall, like we were at like $150 million run rates, almost more than 100 crores a month before even the first television ad, before we did the first television ad. So like everything, we grew the entire brand on digital. But I would say what helped us was that almost 50 to about 65% of our revenue came from word of mouth and organic and referrals, and only 35% of it was paid. At a very large scale, obviously, digital hits diminishing returns. We reached that very large scale of diminishing returns at more than 100 crores a month of revenue. So we had a lot of like a leeway because we reached a larger revenue just because people were telling other people. So as long as you have a good product, digital can actually take you very large in scale before you invest in television or any broad scale medium.
One of the undervalued things is word of mouth, because I remember my kids started White Hat Junior even before we had seen any of the digital ads. Perhaps this was
Yeah.
a year and a half back, around the time you would have launched, and it was just word of mouth, people talking very highly about it, and the kids getting onto it, and so much focus is spent on digital marketing, creating television ads, social media. I think as much attention needs to go to what your existing customers are telling you, because they're
Correct.
the best brand ambassadors, and a lot of marketers, marketing teams end up missing that bunch without having the ear to the ground. They focus a lot on what's happening, the online chatter, without really getting into what the actual consumer is talking about. So I think that's a big difference. That brings me to the next point, Karan, and this is a question to you as a entrepreneur and having run businesses in the past, for multinationals. We live in a very polarized world, right? At the society level, uh, political level, everything is polarized. Social media has given a tool for everybody to have opinions. We've had instances in the last 1 year, say, I won't name examples, where brands have been made to do things that would have been seemed, mundane and kind of, irrelevant to the, larger topic of discussion. So in an era like that, what do business owners, what do brands do, where there might be a small set of consumers who take offense to something that is being done by the brand, whether it is logo changes, whether it is ads being pulled out. How do you deal with a situation like that? Because everybody is entitled to a view, and social media really allows amplification of that view, whether that view is right or wrong.
I mean, we would probably be the poster child of this, right? Like of people having a very large opinion about us online. So
I mean,
I think
I can count dozens of brands, right? I mean,
right.
logo thing.
Correct. So,
I mean,
yeah.
people talking
Yeah.
about.
See, the truth is that I think with everything which is online or offline, I think the best thing to do is to look at all of this, see if there is a kernel of truth somewhere that can make your systems better. Take that kernel of truth and then eventually learn to shut everything else off, because otherwise it's like a full on, like it's a full on, like the democratization of social media, which I think is excellent, by the way, has enabled everybody to have a very strong point of view, and which is, I think, okay. But I think if there's a kernel of truth in all of it, which I think in our case, there was like severe criticism, out of which I did feel like a fair amount was true. So I looked at it and said that, look, where did we go not do right? And then let's go and fix those systems and make them better for the future. So I think that's the best you can do. I think overreacting to it is also not good.
Absolutely. I think that fine line is very important, especially not bringing ego into play, looking at things more objectively and then taking a decision. That's a very honest answer. Thank you for that. Before we go, Karan, I know we have limited time. You've been into yoga. You've written books. Some of them have done well, others not so well. I have two questions from that. What's been your learning from some of the non-business things you've done that you bring to business?
I think the general learning is that everybody should build their first thing, like should start building things early. So I think because it's a very similar journey, right? See, I think entrepreneurship for me was not very distinct from writing a novel in some ways, because in a novel also, when you sit in front of your laptop and you've just this act is very intimidating, that I'm going to take this blank page, I'm somehow going to write 300 pages out of this, which one day will be published and people will read, and lots of people will read, and that's the hope, that I embark on this 1 year long project on your own, so it's a very big leap of faith, and tests your strength of conviction about your idea, your confidence, your sense of mission, because in the end, I would say both novel writing and entrepreneurship is, I don't think anybody, and there's a lot of, like, as you rightly said, to talk about commerce and money and how much money I have made or people have made, but the reality is that nobody in the right mind would write a novel or start a company with these incredible odds against you, right? Startups, I think, are 90% chance of, I remember that statistic, which is very correct, right? 90% of the time you'll fail. 7% of the time you'll achieve a break even versus your existing option of doing a job, right? And in the 3% of the 3% of the case, you'll succeed, out of which in 2 out of those 3%, you'll succeed enough to start another company, which is another toll on you. And only in the 1% of chance will you really make it, sort of a thing. So nobody starts an endeavor like this on a 1 out of 100 betting stakes, right? You start with the idea that, look, I've got something powerful and I want the world to I want lots of people in the world to read it, use it, if that's so in that sense, I feel like the act of building something, it takes you to that zone of believing and the conviction of taking your idea and then living through all the very predictable things that come. Like my third novel was rejected 61 times. I kept revising it, kept revising it, it kept getting rejected, and I wouldn't just give up. I would just keep revising it again and again until for 1 year I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep revising it until somebody accepts it. And Random House in the US eventually embraced it. So by the time I did a startup, I was like, 50, 60 investors might say no, but I'm just gonna stick to this until somebody says yes. So I think that's it. The journey of creation early will take you through these, I would say, really kind of tough journeys of like pushing your, stretching your, like believing in your ideas and then accepting all the failures and rejections that come your way. And then subsequently every creation journey after that becomes a bit easier.
Like you said, start showing up. So you showed up at least 50 or 60 publishers.
Right.
I think that makes a difference. Perseverance and how you handle failure, I think, are two very, very important aspects, because if you're an entrepreneur, these two things are kind of your bedmate, so to say. Last question before we go, Karan. A lot of entrepreneurs, you've tasted commercial success early in this venture. And when you make good money by those standards, a lot of entrepreneurs kind of lose steam, they lose motivation. So what next? What will keep you motivated next 3 years? Because one of the key goals, let's accept it, of starting these businesses is also commercial success, which has already kind of come your way.
Yeah.
Right? So what's the next thing that will drive you, keep you motivated to be able to kind of scale this business 1000x, as you said, and keep going 3 years and perhaps beyond?
Yeah, I think, Naval, I mean, I have always thought of work as a bit of a tool for self-transformation, if you will, like getting myself in a way, struggling against odds, climbing a new mountain to the extent that I see myself, I can visibly see myself better and better, getting better and better as a person in this pursuit, if you will, right? So I think even with Discovery, we know each other from then. Like for me, the whole act of like trying to kind of scale Discovery, launch it like a GEC channel, I did my best in the same way that I did in this journey. I kind of like wrestled all the forces and tried to do my best with the same spirit to like it's a tool of expressing your mission and a tool for transformation. So I think I didn't lose, like, I mean, the post acquisition has meant almost nothing to me, right? Like, I think I didn't do this journey for financial reasons. I believed in what I did. And then I feel like right now there is still a huge mountain left to be climbed, right? After the acquisition, again, I learned so much about what I could have done better and right, that I feel again that there is like a whole new mountain to climb. And in this mountain, I'm transforming myself. It's a tool of transformation personally, and a tool of like taking a very powerful mission around the world, right? As I said, in Whitehead Junior particularly, for example, my mother, she was a Delhi University topper, and she could never have a career because she was always following my dad, who was an army officer, to Sri Lanka, Leh Ladakh, Jammu, and then Tezpur, Assam. She kept moving. And when this model, one of the most satisfying things is that there are 11,000 women like these, army officer wives or women who have kids who didn't want to go and join a conventional workplace again, who formed, who are contributing back to society, who are self-fulfilled because they're doing a very powerful job. And I think I feel like it's too early for me to even think about anything but to really magnify that impact to the extent I can, to the best I can serve. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Very inspiring journey, Karan. Wish you very good luck
Same with you.
the next part of the journey. Thank you for joining us and hope to see you sometime very soon for a physical cup of coffee.
Look forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you, Nawal. Thank you, Kathy. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Karan, and thank you, Nawal, for steering this very interesting conversation. I'm sure it has inspired all of you and given you food for thought on how entrepreneurship can also bring about an impact that has a change for good. I think I want to leave all of you with those thoughts which Karan left us with. But I want to obviously thank all our speakers, panelists, our partners, and of course, you, our viewers, for being part of this event. You have been a wonderful audience, and we hope to see you again next year. Thank you very much. This is me, Khyati Kawa, your host, signing off. It's been a pleasure to be the host to all of you. Have a very good evening, everyone. Thank you.